Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 3:34 on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Extra long point and flex from John Gambadoro. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
That was a long flex, brother. That was you really got some frustration out on that one, huh?
I guess I did go a little.
Yeah, you really were just hamming
it up right there.
Hell out of that thing, man. Jeez Almighty! Wow, good to have you here. Apparently, you just got back from the gym or something. What you're all just okay.
I was watching a D-backs game.
Okay.
I was watching a D-backs.
Flex.
That can be a workout at times, for what it's worth.
Yeah, you know what? Watching the Diamondbacks can be a workout,
mental workout,
a real mental workout, but not lately. Not these last few days.
We were not
right?
sweepless in Seattle.
Oh God! How long did it take you to come up with that one? Were you in the car?
No.
Were you like?
I just thought of it right now.
Getting on the I-10, you're like, sweepless in Seattle. I'm totally busting that out today. You did, didn't you?
We're not even in Seattle. We're in Arizona.
Somewhere in the commute, you came up with that one. All right, well, it's what our top story today is.
Down go to Mariners.
It's what our top story today is here on the Burns and Gambo Show, isn't it?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Flores has already had some monumental grand slams this year. And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino, and the D-backs back on top here in the sixth.
A little bit of a shot called there by Chris Garagiola on the D-backs radio network.
Wow.
Speaking that stuff into existence, man.
Yeah, first pitch grand slam. Bases were loaded. Naylor had just walked. You're down 4-0. You're struggling. This kid, Brian Woo's throwing like 10 pitches an inning. He had the most pitches he threw in an inning until the sixth were 13 in the second. He was mowing the Diamondbacks down. He had 45 pitches after the fourth inning. I'm like, can we work this guy at all?
Please, yeah.
Can we work him at all? And all of a sudden, you get that little rally going. You end up with the grand slam by Gino, 4-2. I love the tack-on run by Pavin. His home run on an 0-2 pitch made it 5-2. 7 home runs in the series for the D-backs? I think that's right.
If you say so, I'll trust your math on this one.
I think they hit 7 home runs in this series.
I wasn't expecting to say those words, but I will trust your math on it. If you say so, 7. That feels right.
I think it was.
Sounds right. Was it 7?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was 7 home runs.
Okay, but that's okay. This is kind of what we've been talking about since the Justin Martinez injury and since the Corbin Burns injury.
Yeah.
This is how they're going to win baseball games. This is
Offense,
how they need to win baseball games. Grand slams, home runs, long balls, lots of runs. I mean, it's
5. I mean, but it's better than 3 or 4. I mean,
yeah.
5. You should win a baseball game if you score 5 runs.
You should. Now, me saying that, it totally demeans the effort of Eduardo Rodriguez in the bullpen because they were both really good today. I just think if it really was 7 home runs, and again, that sounds right, I just think that speaks to kind of the new model for the Diamondbacks for the rest of 2025. Score as many runs as you possibly can because you don't know what you're going to get out of your starter necessarily. You don't know what you're going to get out of your bullpen. That being said,
all 1 inning. They had all their runs in 1 inning. They came to bat 8 times. 7 times they scored no runs.
Yeah.
7 times they didn't score. We've said this how many times? They're dependent on the long ball.
They are.
They're dependent. They're dependent on the freaking long ball.
They are, and getting
all their runs today were from the home run.
Yeah, it was. I mean, last night they had 3 in the game. Alec Thomas, Lourdes Gurriel had the one. Gabriel Moreno had the big one in that inning.
Yeah,
and we'll talk about last night's game. I'm coming up in the next segment, but I mean, to me, again, to talk about the offense and to say, okay, this team needs to score runs. Yes. And what you got to tip the cap to Eduardo Rodriguez because I mean I have to go back and look at his time spent with the Diamondbacks. that might have been his best start as a member of the Diamondbacks. I have to go back and look. I didn't have a chance to do that before we were on the air.
Okay.
That might have been, if you're just looking at the innings and the runs and kind of how really,
I see
he
you.
should have only given up the one earned run because Cattell kind of bobbled that double play ball in the first inning.
Yeah, it was a bloop single. Nothing was hit that hard, right? Rodriguez singled. You walked Raleigh. And then you get the Polanco RBI bloop single. After that, I love the second inning. Struck out Moore, struck out Williamson. You go to the third, they get the out stealing. You throw out, I think Raleigh had singled, and then you threw him out. And then again, you get out of that inning, no problem. Top of the fourth, it's 1-2-3 with a strikeout of Garver. Fifth inning again. I mean, he gives up the home run. You're down 2-0, but the next three guys were out. It was a really solid outing. And I think they took him out at the right time, too. I think, the fact that, he got into that seventh inning. He got into the seventh. He gave up the double, and then he got Solano. They took him out, and they put in Murillo, who's been really good for them, I think, at times. I know his ERA is 5, but I think he's been good for them. And then Beeks and Miller get the job done. But, yeah, I thought that Eduardo Rodriguez was very good today. Very good today.
Last year, September 18th, he went 6 1/3, gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and struck out 11 against the Colorado Rockies. That was his best start last year, and it may have been better than this one, just kind of looking at the numbers. And then looking at his starts this year, that was...
Had to be his best because his ERA was so high.
That was his best start of the year this year. The only
Got
other
into
one
the seventh inning?
The only other one that came close was against Milwaukee. He went 6 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs in 6 hits. So he got in the 7th inning that game as well. Yeah, I mean, certainly up to, easily one of the top 2 starts Eduardo Rodriguez ever made in his career. What a time for it to happen, right? With Corbin Burns and the questions there and the questions of the bullpen and trying to get as deep into these games as you can to limit the exposure to the bullpen. What a time for him to twirl easily the second or third best start of his career, maybe the first best career start of his Diamondbacks career, and give it up to the bullpen too. That was not exactly their A+ guys down there. You mentioned Murillo, kind of and I like him too. His stuff is good. Sometimes he just doesn't know where he's throwing it. Beeks came in. Shelby Miller, your new closer for the time being.
That was your pick, right? For the guy who's going to lead the team in saves?
He's the guy. I mean, until at least you get A.J. Puck in a few weeks, he's the guy. But 2 2/3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. They were terrific. One side note, too. It was really about time to see Pavin Smith. He had, to the point where I was starting to think, and I still am, how much longer can he continue to get all the at-bats that he's getting? It's been a real struggle for him. Basically, from May 1st on, he's hitting 220, Gambo.
I was at the game last night. He's popping everything up. He doesn't have very much confidence, and he hits that solo home run, and you can see in the dugout the relief that he had. Yeah. Got that. It was a good home run. All those insurance runs are good, and he was 0-2. He was down 0-2 on the count, so to hit that one was good. He's got to get going. I was thinking about it. I was watching him in this game, and I'm watching him strike out in the second inning, and I'm watching him just have these bad at-bats, and I'm thinking, God, there's got to be a better option out there at DH than Pavin Smith. I like Pavin Smith, but there's got to be a better option out there.
Did you see the grand slam that Adrian Del Castillo hit last night for AAA Reno?
I did not see that. I can't say that I did.
I saw the highlight of it this morning on Twitter, and I got to admit, my first thought was left-handed designated hitter. I don't know. Catching is an issue for him. I get that. It's a defensive struggle for him. Boy, he can swing a bat.
Yeah.
He can swing a bat.
Yeah.
But for Pavin, since April 30th, hitting 220 with a 286 slug and 7 RBI before today's home run. So, yeah, he needed it. They needed it. And congratulations to Eugenio Suarez. Not only is he on pace for 45 homers and 124 RBIs, he is now 3rd all-time on the home run leader list for players born in Venezuela. Only behind Miguel Cabrera, number 1, and Andres Galarraga, number 2. Eugenio Suarez is the 3rd most home runs in baseball history from a player born from that country.
He's just one of those guys, right? I mean, usually he starts off the first couple of months of the season, he's hitting 180, and then He finally settles in around 225, and you kind of like, okay, that's what he's going to be. Somewhere between 220 and 235 is going to be his batting average. But he hits home runs, and he drives in runs.
Yes, he does.
And he's your prototypical power hitter from the 70s. I'm going to bat 220 and hit you 35 homers and drive in 100 runs.
Except for the ponytail and all the earrings.
Yeah,
He's your prototypical.
Right. Outside of that, there were no earrings in the 70s.
We didn't do that in the 70s, but
I
other than
still
that, yes.
don't really agree with boys wearing earrings.
Oh, God.
Sorry if I offend anybody out there. I still don't get boys wearing earrings. That's me.
Speaking of takes from the 70s, there you
I
go.
know,
you really went throwback on that one,
I
Gambo.
know.
Everything's from the 70s today
know.
when it comes to Gambo. When we come back from today's game to yesterday's game and zooming out, looking at a sweep for the Arizona Diamondbacks, what does it mean? We'll talk about it next here on Arizona Sports.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fat Rock.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Fott strikes him out, and that's a 1-2-3. Swing and a miss. 3 fastballs, another strikeout, his 10. A 1-2-3 inning for Fott. It took all of 6 pitches. Swing and a miss. Oh, what a great sweeper from Fott. He gets his 8th strikeout.
If only Brandon Fott's performance last night was as smooth and as cool,
Michael McDonald,
as this Fott Rock song is.
Yeah.
It just makes me want to sit by the pool and open a cold one and watch the world go by.
Do it.
I'm here with you. Where else would I rather be but right here, right now, talking sports with you?
By a pool,
sakes.
Watching the world go by with a beer. That's what you just said. I mean, are you lying to me?
No, I wasn't lying to you. I'm just saying this song just makes me feel like I'm sitting by a pool, drinking a cold one, just watching the world go by. Brandon Fott, I mean, look, it was
having a bud.
It was way better. It was way better than what we had seen out of Brandon Fott. So I'm not going to sit here and nitpick.
It was decent.
It was decent.
There was a lot of hard hit balls.
Oh boy, he gave up a lot of hard contact.
There was a lot of hard contact.
Oh boy.
But I think the bottom line is that Brandon Fott went 5 innings without giving up a single run. And this is good. Chelsea just texted me. I left all my notes from home from last night's game. I had all my. I'm looking around. I'm ready to talk about today's game.
Boy,
it's all right there.
Who was sitting
it's
by
right
the
there.
pool drinking? Huh?
I just took out the sheet. Then he gives up the back-to-back home runs. You pull him out of the game. It's not a quality start. I mean, he did give up 9 hits. I like that he only walked 1. I like that he got some strikeouts in there. He'd been struggling getting strikeouts, especially with the sweeper. I think it's something to build on. Is Brandon Fott back? No, absolutely not.
No.
That was not a great outing, but it was decent. I don't even want to say it was good. He gave up 9 hits and 1 walk. 10 guys reached base in 5 innings, so that's basically 2 an inning reached base. He gave up the 2 home runs. It was decent. It was decent. Their offense was great last night. And that propelled them to the victory.
See, now I thought the story last night was the defense.
Oh, the defense.
Oh my God! Because it needed to be with all the hard contact that he was getting up, right? Like the Goriel and the catch of the ball, Suarez at third, Cattell turning that double play. Naylor at first on that ball that was just a laser beam that was hit right to him. Brandon Fott, and we like Brandon. Brandon's a good guy. We like Brandon. This is not like anti-Brandon. He needed every bit of that last night to keep that line score and keep that performance looking decent. I thought more than the offense, more than the home runs, more than Alek Thomas, I thought the defense was the story of the D-backs game last night. Honestly, it's what we've been waiting for this team all year long.
Excel defensively.
It's a staple of who they are, right?
Goriel's play was fantastic. The hard hit balls that Suarez and Naylor made plays on were sensational. The Marte double play that you mentioned, just really good. So I agree with you. I think the number one takeaway in that game for me was how good defensively they were. They were special defensively, and that helped because Brandon Fott did not have his best stuff. But again, I think the point is Brandon Fott got through 5 innings, didn't get knocked out in the first or the third. left the game having only given up 2 runs. And I think it's something to build on. I don't think he's where he wants to be, but I think it's something to build on. Offensively, Alek Thomas, just wow.
Oh, I thought hell of a June.
I thought that Alek Thomas was. If you go look at it, second inning, Alek Thomas keys that second inning with a third inning, walks in the third inning. That starts the rally to end up scoring 2 runs. Infield single in the 5th, beat out the pitcher to first base. The pitcher was a little lazy covering first. Alek Thomas, as hard as he could go, beats Evans to the bag. That starts a little rally to end up scoring a run. He singles in the 6th, ends up scoring on the Corbin Carroll triple, and then he hits the home run in the 8th. That was one of the best offensive games I've seen Alek Thomas play in a while. He was the catalyst last night for what they did offensively.
Well, and I think what he was doing, he was kind of playing, in a way, the Geraldo Perdomo role, right?
And
batting ninth and kind of setting everybody up at the top, right? Which is what, now Perdomo's been hitting third for the better part of the last week and a half or so, so it's been kind of a different role for him. But I thought Alek Thomas did a really good job last night playing the Perdomo role a little bit and being in that 9th spot and setting up Carroll and Cattell and the hitters when it would swing back around and going 3 for 3 in that role last night. I thought what was huge for him. What was nice, and this has happened so infrequently this year, I almost didn't know what to do with myself. They won that game going away handily, easily. There was no drama. There was no debate. There was no worry. There was no.
It was 4-2 until they scored the 5. It was 4-2.
No, I'm talking about in the 8th and the 9th. I'm not talking about the middle of the 8th.
It was so nice to just relax.
It was like I turned it off.
Really?
In the 9th.
With their bullpen?
I know.
Really?
My wife's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Look, I bet by the time we crawl into bed, we'll get an alert on our phone that the game went to a final." And sure enough, I hadn't even brushed my teeth, and the game had gone to final. Yeah, I turned it off. I'm like, it's good. They've got this. This is a shockingly comfortable win for a team that doesn't win games comfortably at all. I don't know what it was. I just felt really good about it last night. Like, they're going to be fine.
Scott comes in, walks a couple of batters, but gets out of it. Bryce Jarvis, 3 innings. 3 innings out of Bryce Jarvis. Hey, he gave you what you needed. Saved the bullpen. Bryce Jarvis, go give me 3 innings. Yeah. He threw 57 pitches. He gave up the 1 run, but he was good. I talked to our guy, Kyle Backhus, last night. Boone's Farm by.
Did you give him a bottle?
I didn't have a bottle with me, but I told him I was.
Well, you knew you were going to the game. Why didn't you stop off at the store and get a bottle of Boone's Farm and take it to the game with you?
You know how long the game starts at 6:40. We leave here at 6.
Swing in the Circle K real quick, get a bottle.
Look,
you don't have to gamble.
It's a chess match to get into that building by the time the first pitch is thrown.
Trust me, dude, you don't have to worry about getting carded. It would be a real quick trip into Circle K to get a bottle of Boone's Farm. No one's going to confuse you.
Do they sell Boone's Farm at Circle K?
I'm sure they do. Can
I get a little Strawberry Hill? So I'm talking with Lavello last night in the clubhouse, and Kyle walks by. I go, Kyle, hey, I got to get you a bottle of Boone's Farm. He goes, I really enjoyed that interview. Thanks for having me on so much. I had so much fun. And Tori's like, you told him the Boone's Farm story? He goes, yeah, I told him the Boone's Farm story. And so, because Tori knew the story, and so they were laughing about it. Those guys were laughing about it.
A sweep of the Seattle Mariners, coming off of getting swept by the Reds, coming off of a sweep of the Atlanta Braves. If we're having a hard time right now trying to define this baseball team, you can understand why it's been a little roller coasterish. A huge series starting Friday against the San Diego Padres. Yep. You haven't seen them yet this year.
Nope.
A huge series.
Diamondbacks
on Friday.
Diamondbacks have evened their record at 34-34.
Yeah.
They're 5 games out of the wild card. You don't want to fall any further than that. They've played 68 baseball games. So there's 94 left. They're 5 games back. They're in distance. I mean, at this point right now, seller or buyer, I would lean seller. Now, things can change.
Yeah.
But right now, I would lean towards, okay, go get a piece and see if you can get over the hump.
We got the good news with the Diamondbacks sweeping the Mariners. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we have developments in the Kevin Durant trade talks that you're going to want to hear, and you will next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Thanks to a Eugenio Suarez grand slam and a Pavin Smith solo shot, the Diamondbacks swept the Mariners out of Chase Field. 5-2 was the final today. Snakes are off tomorrow, and then they start a pivotal 3-game series against a division rival. San Diego Padres come to Chase Field for the first of 3 on Friday. ESPN's Sean Sharania reported today that Kevin Durant and his business partner Rich Kleiman have met multiple times over the past week with the Suns about his next destination this summer. Sharania mentions the 5 most prominent teams that have interest in acquiring Durant are the Heat, the Timberwolves, the Rockets, the Knicks, and the Spurs. You can read more about his current market right now on Arizonasports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action at PHX Arena. They're hosting #1 overall pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. Good news for the Merc on the injury front, by the way. Alyssa Thomas, she is probable for tonight after missing the last 5 games due to a calf injury. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
There's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
I appreciate you asking the question. I know you have to ask it. But as you know, when it comes to contract negotiations, player contracts and so forth, we don't discuss those. But it's something that, in terms of our team and so forth, we're always talking about building our team.
It was Brian Gregory yesterday as we welcome you back into Burns and Gambo here on the flagship home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hi to all the YouTubers out there who are watching. Did you know you can watch us on YouTube? You can. Just go to youtube.com, subscribe to Arizona Sports, and you can watch us live. You can watch us at arizonasports.com.
You can even chat with us. The chat room is open. I just chatted something out just now.
Watch us on the Arizona Sports app. Absolutely. There's a little chat box there. Every now and then, Gambo and I will pop on and respond and read some of that stuff. That was Brian Gregory yesterday talking about the latest with Kevin Durant. There has been a development in the story. You just heard Mitch mention it in the update a second ago. And that is the reporting from Shams Charania that his current squad, the Phoenix Suns, and his business partner, Rich Kleiman, have met multiple times over the past week. That's a quote unquote, multiple times over the past week to consider trade scenarios with this in mind. The Rockets, the Spurs, the Heat, the Timberwolves, and the Knicks have all shown interest in Durant dating back to the February trade deadline.
Yes. Yeah, I think there could be another one or two. I think the Clippers might have some interest as well. So I think it's possible that there are other teams that have interest in acquiring Durant. What we don't know is if Durant has interest in going to those teams. So Durant is going to be very vocal in this and have a say in this and work on this. And as I've been reporting all along, this thing is going to get done before the draft. So this will be, by the draft day, because it's very likely that there will be draft compensation in this deal. So this thing could get done right before the draft or the day of the draft. I don't expect it to be after the draft. So we are closing in on, what's the date of the draft?
It's 2 weeks from today.
So we are closing in on the final 2 weeks of Kevin Durant being a member of the Phoenix Suns.
The exact date escapes
25th?
me, but it's 2 weeks from, I believe it's June 25th. 2 weeks from today, yes.
And you're gone. You're in California?
I'm gone.
Yeah, you're gone.
I don't know.
Me and Callum.
I don't know why it's Kellen's filling in for.
I just remembered.
I
remember that you were gone.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to make this about me, but it's interesting because in the report, Shams kind of says the same thing as you. He just terms it a little differently. He says several wild card suitors have checked in with the Suns on Durant possibility, which is basically the same way of saying what you just said a second ago. There could be a couple other teams that are involved in this, and that might be.
We have the same information. Everything I've been putting out for the last week, 10 days, is very similar to what he's saying right now. The teams that I've mentioned. And then the latest report I had was that Durant is interested in the Spurs. He'd like to go to the Spurs. It's interesting because that's been all over Twitter, and Kevin Durant is very vocal on Twitter, and he hasn't denied that or said that's not true or anything like that. I still think that that's his preferred destination. What we don't know is what other teams he might be interested in going to, and that's what we don't know.
And that's important to know. All right, because the disaster scenario, I think here, and we saw this play out in real time with Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat and the Phoenix Suns and all of that. The disaster scenario is that he only wants to go to the Spurs, and he doesn't want to go anywhere else. Now, that does not preclude the Phoenix Suns from trading him somewhere else anyway, and that does not preclude a team from saying, hey, you know what, we get it. He's got a year left on his contract. This might not be where he wants to go, and it certainly might not be where he wants to sign an extension. We're going to go get him anyway. We were talking about the Toronto Raptors and that possibility, yesterday, day before, in which there was some speculation in the industry that they're under so much pressure to succeed this year that they might just say, screw it. Let's trade, just like we did with Kawhi back in 2019. Let's go trade for him. He's got a year left on his deal. If he doesn't sign an extension, okay, fine. But we have to do something here. We go for it. And that doesn't require Kevin Durant's sign off at all. I mean, that's just, hey, we're going to trade you here, and that's going to be that. And if you want to re-sign an extension with him, great. And if you don't, you'll be a free agent in a year.
Yeah, it worked out really well with Kawhi.
It sure did.
Went there, and they made a trade, and it was DeRozan, and Jakob Poeltl was in the deal, and I think it was a pick.
You got to say his name right, too, because he might be a future Sun.
Jakob
Poeltl.
Rhymes
like
with turtle.
Rhymes with turtle.
Yeah. I just can't pronounce names
I
right.
know, but what I worry about you is that you're going to foster ill relationships with the Phoenix Suns when they trade for these guys and you can't say their names. It's one thing when you can't say their names and they're on the Raptors or the Spurs, but if they're on the Suns, you got to know, man.
I do try, like Geraldo Perdomo.
Yeah, only when you say it real slow and you clap out the syllables. Perdomo.
Right, because if not, I just say Geraldo Perdomo.
Here's one other, and I don't know if you saw this or not, but I saw this morning.
Okay.
Stefan Bondi, and I hope I'm saying the first name correctly, covers the Knicks for the New York Post. He has been reporting for a few hours that the Knicks are not in the mix for Kevin Durant. And he's the beat writer who covers the Knicks for the New York Post. He is reporting the Knicks are not in the mix for Kevin Durant. So no, it doesn't mean I'm taking out a black Sharpie pen and drawing a line through the New York Knicks and saying they're out. It's, I believe he has covered the Knicks for a number of years. I would imagine he's fairly well sourced. And maybe somebody now that organization is a little bit of a mess anyway, because they keep asking for coaches who are under contracts with other teams, and they keep getting told no. Mitch, who was the latest? You were telling me the latest today.
Jason Kidd.
No, there was one after Kidd. Who was
Quinn Snyder.
Quinn Snyder. They asked for Quinn Snyder.
Really?
And they're like, yeah, no, can't talk to him.
Here's Johnny Bryant, the only guy you can get.
Oh, he's so going to be their head coach.
I don't think they like him there.
You don't think so?
No, I don't
they
think
might
so.
not have a choice.
I know.
They
That's
should
what
try
make him
for
down.
Kenny Atkinson or Mark Dagnall.
They want Kidd. They were told no. They want Finch. They were told no. Who was the other one? Ime Udoka. They were said no to him. Quinn Snyder. They were said, it's like, was this your plan all along? Fire Tom Thibodeau and then just go asking for established head coaches from teams that hoping that one of them would say, yeah, sure, we don't like our head coach. Go ahead, talk to him.
J. Kidd makes a lot of sense. He coached Brunson in Dallas. He played in New York. Like, he does make sense.
Yeah, but not if the Mavs don't let him go.
No, they don't want to let him go.
I mean, the Mavs are like, yeah, go pound
No, they were in
sand.
the NBA
We're
Finals.
done.
They were in the
Fine.
NBA Finals 2 years ago.
So, again, going back to the KD thing, I don't know if this eliminates the Knicks or not for sure, but I think it's something we have to consider, that maybe the Knicks aren't as much of a suitor in all of this as we think. But clearly, as your reporting indicates and as Sham's reports indicate,
we're coming to an ending here.
It suggests a spirit of cooperation.
Right.
Okay. Now maybe I'm reading too much into it, but Rich Kleiman, the Suns, they've met multiple times. They're, it sounds like they're at least trying to get on the same page for how this is going to work, which is good, because Kevin Durant obviously is going to want to feel empowered as if he has some say in this. The doomsday scenario is if he goes to one spot and the Suns want to send him elsewhere, and they have to. The Suns have to take care of themselves here first and not take care of. I know how things went last February, and I know it wasn't pleasant for KD. But if KD comes back and says, I only want to go here, and the Suns say, yeah, but we can't get a great deal if we send you there, the Suns need to take care of themselves and send him where they need him to go, regardless of what it does for Kevin Durant's feelings.
I'll have a lot more information on this, I think, within the next 24 hours or so. Got to let the dust settle a little bit. They're starting to work on this stuff now. I think they'll have a real good, clear indication by the weekend what direction they're going on this trade. I think they will. I think they'll focus it. It's almost like the coaching search. We got 20. We're going to knock it down to 9. We're going to knock it down to 5. We're going to knock it down to 2. I think this week is really all about gauging the interest, seeing where Kevin Durant would want to go, seeing what teams have decent offers and players that you like. But I do think by the weekend they're going to start narrowing this thing down and really have a focus on one or two teams that they want to make a deal with.
This Father's Day, you can hit it out of the park by heading to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make the whole affair even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. So that's the Kevin Durant market, and now here's even the better news for the Phoenix Suns. The other big name on the trade market doesn't sound like he's on the trade market. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ada as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young minds, big questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona sports.
The key is going to be, as we go into this trade situation for the next couple of weeks, how much of a role is Kevin Durant going to have as he deals with the Suns and potentially other teams on where he might go?
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Brian Windhorst this morning on Get Up.
Right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him.
There is no Giannis market because there is no Giannis trade because Giannis hasn't asked for one and the Bucks don't want to move him. And if that's accurate, and no reason to think that it isn't, it's Brian Windhorst, who's very good at what he does. If that's indeed accurate, the Suns, for now, unless there's a surprise player out there that's, like we're all guarding ourselves against, any kind of saying any absolutes because Luka got traded a few months ago. Like, who the hell knows what could happen? But for now, surveying the landscape, it would appear the Suns might have this marketplace to themselves for now without the threat of competition of a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. And if that's the case, that's kind of an interesting development in this, isn't it?
The only thing, I've always thought this. I never thought that the two would kind of like work against each other, because I think the trade package for Giannis is going to be so much greater than the trade package for Durant. So I think that there are some teams like the trade, like, okay, I'll give you whatever you want for Giannis, but I would never give you all of that for Durant. And other teams are like, I like my roster. I'm not going to give up all of my roster for Giannis. I'd rather go for Durant because I'm going to give up less.
Yeah.
So I kind of never thought that it would be like, just pick any team. The Spurs. The Spurs are going to go after they're going to go after Giannis. That they can't get him, they'll get KD. I kind of think it'd be like one or the other. I never thought it would be like they'll go after both.
It's a good point. Because you're right. The compensation package is not going to be the same, would never have been the same for the two of them. So in that regard, it wouldn't have been like they certainly weren't going to get the same. I thought it was similar in that a team might say, hey, you know what, Phoenix, we're going to put you on hold right now. We're going to call you back. We got to explore this first. Let's see if we can do something here first. And if we can't, then we'll circle back and be happy to have a conversation with you about Kevin Durant for far, far less than we'd give up for Giannis. But when there's a Giannis on the market and you're trying to add a difference-making player, you owe it to yourself, I feel like, to have that conversation first. Unless internally you've already decided, yeah, that's going to be way too expensive. We'd never pay that much. We'd never give up that much in capital to get a guy like that. I don't know. I thought there's like middle ground between this where some teams would have just wanted to ride it out with Giannis first to see if there was a conversation there to be had before engaging the Suns.
And listen, if there's 5 or 6 teams interested in Durant, you're probably right? There might be 1 or 2 of those teams that would go in on Giannis, but it's probably not 6. It's probably not every team that wants Durant wants Giannis. So I don't think the Suns would have any problem making a Kevin Durant trade if Giannis was available and somebody was going to trade for Giannis, because only one team could get Giannis. Only one team could get him. And there's 5 or 6 teams that want to that are looking at, hey, how do I get over the hump? How do I make my team better? How do I get past Oklahoma City? So I don't think it'd be a problem trading either one. Now, Giannis stayed with Milwaukee. He's been very loyal to them. He won a championship there. They've had some struggles the last couple of years. They moved off on some players. Damian Lillard's going to be out all of next year. But if he wants to stay loyal to that organization and stay there, they still have plenty of time to build around him.
Oh, sure, of course.
Like he's young,
31 years old.
You got plenty of time left to kind of rebuild the roster around him.
This is Shams on Pat McAfee's show today, reiterating what Gambo's been saying about Kevin Durant, about how he's likely to be moved before the draft, but kind of reiterating Giannis won't be.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded. Before the NBA draft, June 25th. With Giannis Antetokounmpo, from what I'm told, his status will not be tied to the NBA draft. It won't be tied to free agency. It's much more likely that his future plays out into July and into August in terms of him seeing the landscape of not only the Bucks, seeing the landscape of the league, seeing what other teams do.
In theory, all this should do is let the Suns have the swimming pool to themselves, right? Like they don't have to share the swimming pool with anybody. They can pick whatever chairs they want. They can
no peeing in the pool.
They can sit as close to the pool bar as they want, or as far away as they want. Wherever you're the first ones to the pool, Phoenix Suns. You can pick whatever lawn chairs you want.
Yeah, Shams is saying exactly what we've reported for weeks now. Kevin Durant will be traded by the draft.
Yes.
For weeks. We've said that for weeks. Shams is saying that now. That's exactly what we've reported. He will be traded by the draft. He knows it. We know it. It's just a matter of we just don't know where. Again, I think that things will start to materialize by the weekend because now that the coach is hired, the GM's hired, they're putting a staff together. They're starting to make these calls. They're starting to talk to teams, and I think they'll be able to whittle it down to what teams would be able to make the best package offers, and they'll focus on that.
Yeah, but there's also, because of again, maybe it's just because of my own paranoia about the Luka thing. There's always that. Is there something unexpected out there that we're not thinking about? Nobody thought about Luka Doncic getting traded to the LA Lakers until it happened. Is there something like right now it's
a 3-team trade, a 4-team trade?
Well, just
sure.
is another player that we're not discussing. Like okay, I'm
Lowry Markkanen.
I'm not even bringing this up necessarily because I just saw it, but I think maybe it's fresh in my brain. The Celtics, according to Shams, are willing to listen to trade offers for Jaylen Brown and Derek White. And he said, our team's making big offers and calling about Jaylen Brown and Derek White 100%. The Celtics don't want to trade them, but they're listening. They'll listen if you call. And I wonder, in a world where we can get blindsided by a Luka Doncic trade, right now, all we're looking at is Kevin Durant. He's probably going to be the big name that's moved this offseason. Are we sure? Are we sure he's the only one? Or could this be an offseason where all kind of, like you mentioned, Larry Markkanen?
I talked to the Jazz today. Like, same thing. They'll listen to offers. Very unlikely anybody's going to meet the price to get him. But they'll listen. But again, it's not like there are no conversations with the Suns because the odd thing to me, I don't know if odd's the right word, the knuckleballiness would be if you start to add a third and a fourth team in. Hey, the Suns. Well, right now it's Suns Spurs. It's Spurs. It's Suns Rockets. It's Suns. If you start to bring in, hey, the Suns are going to get back this player, which they really don't want. So they're going to move him to another team that has a player that they want. That's where it can become complicated. That's the part I don't know about right now.
It's funny that you mentioned that because you sent me a tweet today from Brett Siegel, who covers the NBA.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of interesting nuggets in this, I thought, in which he said, look, to me, and he says, I'm not reporting this, I'm just kind of looking at the landscape here. The Spurs, the Rockets, and the Knicks have the easiest paths to trade for Durant, and it's easiest because of their financial situations. They can make it work with the money. He writes, and I quote, no matter what, this will be a multi-team deal. The Suns will make it a point of emphasis to get under the tax lines, especially with them likely to waive Beal, and they'll want to stack up on future assets.
Oh, he says they're likely to waive Beal. Okay.
Yeah, he said that. If it's the Rockets, expect Jalen Green to be rerouted elsewhere. I do know that the Hornets would be a team to keep a close eye on if that were to happen. Phoenix has been doing a lot of work scouting and evaluating lottery-projected players in this year's draft. And then he goes on to say, I would be surprised if Kevin Durant is still with the Suns by June 25th. That part didn't stand out to me because you've been saying that for a while. The part about Bradley Beal didn't stand out to me because you've been saying that a while. The part that stood out to me was no matter what, this will be a multi-team deal. This will be
because the Suns might get back a player that
it's redundant for them.
That's redundant for them.
We've already got one of those. We don't want one of those.
Yeah.
We're going to flip Jalen Green and send
to
him
another
here.
team.
We're going to flip Devin Vassell and send him here.
Oh, don't do that.
Instead, well, I'm just saying, like if they feel like they've got some redundancy there,
yeah.
I'm intrigued because you saying the multi-team element to it made me think of this tweet and the idea that this could be a 3-teamer. Or a 4-teamer with a lot of moving parts when the Suns do this.
Yeah, I'm going to start to try to, talk to some of these teams over the next 24, 48 hours, see if I can get anything out of them as far as what their level of interest is in Durant or taking on somebody else or things like that. Because, sometimes, you like with my work, I try to get information from other teams as well. But I do think, I do think that that's a strong possibility. And a lot of people are starting to lean on that right now, that it might actually be a 3-team or 4-team trade because the Suns might be getting back a piece that somebody else really wants and would be willing to give up good assets for. So that I am going to look at that. That's a good – it might not just be a straight 2-team trade.
Right. Multi-platinum entertainer and local guy, Dirks Bentley, headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th.
I saw him.
Yes, he's very talented.
I did see
For his Broken Branches tour, limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have been dealt a cruddy hand with their injuries to pitchers this season. You think they're the only one? You think it's something they're doing wrong? Oh, just wait until we tell you the numbers next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Thanks to a Eugenio Suarez grand slam and a Pavin Smith solo shot, the Diamondbacks swept the Mariners out of Chase Field 5-2, the final today. Snakes are off tomorrow, and then they start a new series with the Padres on Friday. That'll also be at Chase Field. ESPN's Shams Charania reported today that Kevin Durant and his business partner Rich Kleiman have met multiple times over the past week with the Suns about his next destination this summer. Charania mentions the 5 most prominent teams that have interest in acquiring Durant are the Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, Houston Rockets, New York Knicks, and the San Antonio Spurs. You can read more about his current market right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action at PHX Arena, hosting #1 overall pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. Good news for the Merc on the injury front. Looks like Alyssa Thomas is going to make her return from injury. She's been out the last 5 games due to a calf injury. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin Durant trade talks are reportedly percolating. Eugenio Suarez blasts grand slam as the D-backs sweep the Mariners. And Kyler Murray thought Marvin Harrison Jr.'s cultivation of mass was AI. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
We've kind of already seen it take place last night in the 10-3 win. Your bullpen consisted of Taylor Scott and Bryce Jarvis for 3 innings. The new guys getting the work right away, right? Today it was Juan Murillo. Not new, but in terms of trying to figure out how you're going to cover innings, we are entering a brave new world of just not really being sure who is going to get high leverage, who's not. You're laughing, but it's the truth,
I'm
right?
laughing because I'm thinking, how many Diamondback pitchers that were not on the opening day roster just 2 months ago have already pitched? How many guys that were not on the opening day roster have pitched? Taylor Scott wasn't on the opening day roster. Kyler Backhouse wasn't. J.P. Fireeisen wasn't. Christian Montez de Oca wasn't. I don't believe Drake Jameson was, right?
Drake Jameson was not on the opening day roster.
Bryce
Jarvis was, but
Gilbert Diaz, Jeff Brigham, Jose Castillo, Kristen Mena, Tommy Henry, that's 10, Scott McGuff, 11, Kendall Graveman wasn't on the roster, right? He was hurt. That's 12.
Hurt season, yeah.
Juan Murillo?
Or Murillo, yeah.
Murillo, 13?
Murillo, however you want to say.
All right, that's 13.
Uh-huh.
Do we include Ginkel on this because he started the year injured?
He missed the first month of the season.
Okay. He wasn't on the opening day roster. That's 14.
He was not on the opening day roster.
That's 14 guys. They've had 14 pitchers that weren't on the opening day roster that have come at the pitch.
Yeah. It's nuts, right? I mean, it is. It's
Do we count Jose Herrera?
For his one.
No, because he was on the roster.
Okay, he was on the roster. He was on the roster. Okay, but still, that's 14 guys.
Yeah, I know.
They started, like, if you would have told Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello, hey, by like the first week in June, you're going to use 14 pitchers that aren't on this roster that you've had for opening day. They would have been like, you got a screw loose or maybe 2 screws loose.
If we were to go through the Diamondbacks roster right now, the pitching staff, and play a trust, don't trust game with all the relievers, you'd have a hard time finding more than 3 guys that you say you trust down there. Shelby Miller would probably be one of them. Jalen Beeks would probably be another. And then Backus, he just got here.
I can't trust him yet.
Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, Juan Murillo, Taylor Scott, Ryan Thompson. Those are your guys.
Oh boy!
I mean, seriously, can you name 3 guys that you say I absolutely 100% feel great when that dude's in the game? No, you can't.
No,
you can't. And look. And this is not meant to, in fact, I kind of started this the wrong direction. I'm not sitting here trying to rail on the state of the bullpen. We all get it. We all understand. It's been a rough week for the Diamondbacks between the Corbin Burns news in the rotation and now waiting on Justin Martinez to see what they're going to say about him and what the diagnosis and the second opinions are going to be about him. Troy Lovello spent a lot of time yesterday saying, look, I can't explain all these injuries and why this keeps happening to us, but we have to figure it out.
I can't explain why this is happening. I don't know what's going on here. We've taken on a large number of injuries, specifically elbow injuries, and we have to do a good job of understanding why it happened and how to not allow it to happen in the future. So it's not one person. It's all of us. It's an entire organization that needs to figure out how to make sure that these athletes are preserved, go out there and pitch an entire season. It's frustrating.
I mean, I don't know what you can do. It's an odd year. Pitchers get hurt. They throw the ball 100 miles an hour now. Mm-hmm. It's not like softball pitchers never get hurt. Why? That's your normal
motion, right?
It's your natural motion. You never hear about, this softball pitcher's going under ACLs, having elbow surgery again. Tommy John. You don't hear that because it's a natural motion. But Major League Baseball pitchers tend to get hurt and tend to have this surgery in their elbows and their shoulders. And Brandon Webb, Korea was cut short because of a shoulder injury. So we've seen it happen time and time again with guys getting hurt and getting injured. I don't know that you're going to do a deep dive into it and try to figure out what went wrong, and I don't know that you're going to have an answer.
Yeah, I don't know if you are either. I mean, and I'm not saying it's not worth having a deep dive, having an audit, looking at your organization top to bottom, how these pitchers train, what they do in the offseason, what they, how often they're rested, how often they get warm in the bullpen and don't throw, or he's a starter, he's a reliever, he's a starter, he's a reliever. Our buddy Jack Summers, and we cite his work frequently because he's a very, very smart baseball guy. He's been either with the Diamondbacks or covering the Diamondbacks forever. Had a story on their website yesterday, and we didn't really talk about it because we didn't have much time, but we've got a moment to bring it up here. He did a count, like a manual count, from the Fangraphs injury report page. 181 pitchers have spent time on the injured list this season in Major League Baseball. 181. That includes 47 Tommy Johns, 41 other elbow issues, 25 flexor or forearm issues, 18 lat issues, 50 shoulder or rotator cuff issues. That doesn't include oblique, back, knee, calf, etc. And his point is, and it's a really good one, keeping pitchers healthy in Major League Baseball games is an almost impossible task.
Can't do it.
And you sit here and say it's a Diamondbacks thing, it's a Torey Lovullo thing, it's the way
47 about Tommy John surgery?
47 Tommy John surgeries so far this year alone. Just that now the Diamondbacks have had probably more than their fair share of them, and that's a fair comeback. Jordan Montgomery. There was
Corbin Burns, maybe Justin Martinez.
And maybe there's a fourth. Who was the other one? Who was the
Blake Walston.
Blake Walston, thank you.
There's a couple other non-40 guys that have also undergone the knife this year for the Diamondbacks.
So again, is there an unusual amount for the Diamondbacks relative to everybody else? Okay, that bears some investigation. And I'm not saying Torey and the team shouldn't look into this, but you said this a second ago. Guys are throwing the ball harder than they ever have in their life. And maybe more importantly, guys are throwing breaking pitches harder than they ever have in their life. Sliders, curveballs, sweepers. I mean, any pitch that has some unusual movement to it, they're throwing it 5, 6, 7, 8% faster than they ever had in their life. Of course, guys are going to get hurt when they're doing that.
It's a ticking time bomb, isn't it?
It is.
It's just a ticking time bomb. I was at the game. Corbin Burns walked off. You were at the game. Justin Martinez walked off. Like, we were within 1 week of each other. Like, I went to a game, and Corbin Burns had to leave, elbow. And then Justin Martinez, elbow. And we're bracing to hear what the news is on J-Mart. I don't think it's going to be good, but we'll see on that. You're going to do a deep dive. Major League Baseball could do a deep dive. I don't know what you're going to do. These kids, we had a kid on my son's high school team. He's a great pitcher, throws 98 miles an hour. 98 miles an hour. Nobody threw 98 when I was in high school. Nobody threw 95, 93, 90. Like, nobody saw that. We didn't see that in high school.
Right.
So, like, now you've got, like, a high school bit. The kid was great. 98 miles an hour.
Mitch?
They're also throwing breaking pitches a lot at a younger age, which is causing a lot of friction with these tendons that are not supposed to move like that at that young of an age.
Listen, I'm going to rail on this for a second because this is my thought. When I was a kid, we played everything. I played baseball, football. I played hockey. I boxed. We played everything. We all played everything. I didn't play basketball. Well, I'm telling you guys, we didn't play basketball. we were like 5'10". Like, what the hell were you going to do? We played like with each other.
Somewhere
but
Vinny Del Negro is very upset with you, but okay, whatever.
Like we played like, Todd T-Bone's place had at Bretton Woods had a basketball. We would play, but we weren't any good at it. But anyway, like bodies were more balanced. Now these kids are so much better at their one sport because they play it year round.
Right.
But by the time they're 12 or 13 years old, they're forced into one sport and one sport only, and they play it year round.
All nonstop.
Where my era was like you play 3 months, and when 3 months, you play another sport in 3 months, and when that's it, you play another sport in 3 months. So, I just think that the bodies are not as balanced as they used to be. That's just my 1 minute rail on it.
No, that's a good rail. The numbers that are in this story from Jack, they're fascinating. So in the last 20 years, the average slider velocity is up 2 miles per hour. The average cutter velocity is up 3.5 miles per hour. Curveballs 5 miles per hour faster. They're throwing them now than they were 20 years ago. Changeups are 5 miles per hour faster now than they were 20 years ago. It's just
and
it's
scouts
inevitable.
love the radar gun, and they look at a guy like Merrill Kelly, and and this guy's got to go overseas and pitch for 5 years in Korea, and he comes to the major league. He's as good as any major leaguer out there. He's as good as he's in your top 10% of pitchers.
Yeah.
He doesn't throw hard, but everybody loves the radar gun. They love the radar gun.
No doubt, but that doesn't mean, again, the Diamondbacks shouldn't do some investigating and see if they're doing things the right way, because it's just piled up for them. This Father's Day, you can hit it out of the park by heading to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com. It's your opportunity to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the D-backs and the Padres. It's also a special Father's Day gift bag that's available to you as well to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. When we come back, the offseason focus was crystal clear for the Cardinals. Defense, crystal. Monty Ossenford explained the obsession with the defensive side of the football, and you'll hear what he had to say about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
The hope is that you never have to call Berg Simpson. I hope I don't have to call them. But I know this, if my wife and I ever get into an accident like we were involved in several years ago, I won't hesitate for a second. That'll be one of the first calls I make is to Berg Simpson, because having gone through this before, having been T-boned at an intersection and the car's wrecked and that everybody was, just dealing with all sorts of ailments and whatnot, we made a mistake in not making that phone call. We made a mistake in not bringing in help in the form of Berg Simpson. We thought because the accident wasn't our fault that we could do it ourselves and that we'd be fine, and we were wrong, which is why I'm saying if we ever had to do it again, and I hope we don't, the first call I'm making is to Berg Simpson. And while I hope you're not in that situation, the first call you should make is to Berg Simpson. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you, and you'll do your homework. You'll find they are the best team available. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Here we go. NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're headed to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch is here with a poll question. Because we were a short show today, got on a little late with that Diamondbacks win. I didn't know we were doing a poll question, so I have no idea what it is.
Surprise.
Like this. I'm going to be surprised.
Surprise.
We got to pay Gambo's car off by doing the poll question daily, so I have to make sure.
Brought to you by Sanderson Ford.
We get that in.
That's right. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. SandersonFord.com.
Look at you priming that pump. Look at you, Mitch.
And just so you know, in all honesty, I paid for my car.
I wasn't assuming that you didn't.
I bought it with money, cash. Money.
Brother,
I bought it.
You've got more cash money than anybody in this room right now.
I'm just saying,
I hope you're watching on YouTube.
Car.
It's getting kind of tense between these two.
I wasn't trying to call Gambo out. Hold
I'm
it.
just saying.
Easy. Yeah, you're being a little sensitive over there, Gambo.
I got it for free. I didn't get it for free.
You live a fully charmed kind of life. What are you getting so, easy. Easy.
All right, I'm looking at the poll question now.
What is the poll question?
Yeah, so let's recap real quick. We just came off of a series where the Diamondbacks swept the Mariners. Awesome. Cool. But that's also them coming off of a series where they got swept by the Reds. So I'm confused. I want to get your guys' thoughts on the matter. Which series do you think better encapsulates this year's Diamondbacks team? That series against the Reds or this series against the Mariners? Which one feels more Diamondbacks?
Well, one you would go 162-0, and the other you would go 0-162.
But I think I understand the purpose of the question is like which one at the end of the day kind of defines what this season is going to be, and not that they're going to win every game or lose every game, but like is it going to be a successful season or is it going to be a failure of a season? I think is the general gist of it. I still have a bad feeling about this season. I do. I think the injuries are just going to be too much for them to overcome. Especially, and the bullpen is going to be too much for them to overcome. I think it's just too long of odds. So if there's one series that I say is more kind of indicative of how the season's going to go, I would say it's the sweep against the Reds than the sweep against the Mariners. Because I just got a bad feeling about this year.
I'll go the opposite. Good starting pitching, offense that scores a lot of runs,
defense,
good defense.
Look, the bullpen against Seattle.
I'll be more positive.
Was terrific, other than Brigham. I mean, it really. If you think about the whole series, other than Jeff Brigham's appearance on Monday in the opener, the bullpen was fantastic in the series against the Seattle Mariners. I hadn't really thought of it that way.
And he's no longer here, so what does that tell you?
Yeah. What's our audience say on this one?
Audience is not heavily split one way or the other. It's about a 62-38 split, but they're in the pessimism side. They say the series against the Reds is more this year's Diamondbacks team, 37 or 38% going with the Mariners series.
But I'm not.
I get it.
I'm not saying they don't. Man, they've got 94 games left. There's so many things that could happen this year, right? Like so many things. Nothing is done. Nothing's decided. Nothing's over. Nothing is over. Rambo is right. Nothing is over. Nothing.
There's a lot of replies emphasizing both because inconsistency is the moniker of this year's Diamondbacks.
Yeah, although I'm looking forward to this podcast series.
They're a 500 team right now.
Yeah.
The chances are very strong they're going to end up 3 to 5 games over 500, 3 to 5 games under 500. They're not going to end up 10 games over 500. They're not going to end up 10 games under 500, I don't think. I that's what I would say. I would say to you, like, do I think that they could win 10 more games? And I don't think they'll play over the next 90 games that they play. I don't think they're going to go 50 and 40.
And I don't know if they can get into the playoffs if they're only 3 games over.
But I don't think they go 40 and 50
League.
Either.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, social media page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Monty Austinford, when he wasn't being interrupted by Jonathan Gannon, was on with the morning show today on Bickley and Murata and said, yes, absolutely. They were live out at mandatory minicamp. The new defensive additions was totally the plan and by design.
About that a lot going in the offseason is we wanted to be more disruptive on defense. And so, adding the players that we added to our front seven, adding the players that we added to the back end, just being disruptive on the ball, taking the ball away, creating negative plays. And so we wanted to do that. We wanted to increase depth. We wanted to increase the talent level. We feel like we were able to do that with both veterans and younger players. And so that was a priority for us. And, you guys have seen the NFL season, it's attrition, and especially on those lines of scrimmage, like it's hard to keep guys healthy, and we've suffered from that. And so increasing the depth and the talent level was definitely something that we wanted to do going into the offseason.
It was obviously a priority. They made, 2 offensive additions all offseason long? It was Jacoby Brissett and the guard from Texas they drafted in the 5th or 6th round, and that was it. Everything else they did this offseason was on the defensive side of the ball.
No, and every question that came in, it was about, hey, they're going to get this wide receiver. They're going to get this offensive line. They're going to get this guy. It's, everybody was just kept, are they going to get Gabe Davis? Are they going to get Amari Cooper? Are they going to get, who's the other wide receiver? Keenan. Are they going to get Keenan Allen? It's just like, no, they haven't. And look, I don't think it was by design. I think if the right player would have been there in the draft or in free agency, they would have went for it. But I do think it also gives you an indication of how they feel about their own players, that they feel like that they've got a good roster and they're not afraid to go into the season with the guys that they have on offense. They're not sitting there like, oh my God, we're going to have a terrible offense. We didn't address. No, they feel they're going to have a really good offense.
I think you're right, although I think there was maybe a little bit more design to it than you're suggesting. As far as the wide receiver room, Monty also spoke about that in kind of this idea, is that you just rattled off the names a second ago. Is there somebody else out there to add, or are they good?
Yeah, I am comfortable. I mean, we have guys that have played a lot of snaps. Marvin, Mike Wilson, Greg Dortch have played a lot. Zay Jones has been he's been a really productive player in his career. We have some young players that are going to come on and really have a chance to contribute. So, hey, listen, the time of roster building never ends, and so if there's a time to add something, that we will. But right now, we're really comfortable with the guys that we have in that room and feel like they have made plays and are going to continue to make plays for us this year.
We've said that all along. Like, why are they not striking? Why are they not go? Because they like what they have. They don't think the guys out there, even though they're veterans, they don't think that they're better than the guys that they have.
Plus, there's also something to be said for the style of football that they play. And I can't remember where I read this. It was a couple days ago that the Arizona Cardinals, in terms of 12 personnel, 13 personnel, like they run it more than any other team in the NFL does, or just about more than any other team in the NFL does. And when that's your style of play, you don't need a ton of great wide receivers. You just don't. You need good tight ends. You need good running backs. You need versatile tight ends who can block and catch and do all the things. But you don't have to have a room bursting with great wide receivers if that's the style you're going to play. Now, that style better work, and if it doesn't, okay, then you got to reassess.
There's going to be somebody outside of Trey McBride, James Conner, and Marvin Harrison Jr. that will pop this year. I don't know who it is. Is it Trey Benson? Is it Tip Ryman? Is it Zay Jones? Is it Michael Wilson? Is it Xavier Weaver? Somebody's going to pop. There is. I promise you, somebody will pop this year. That's not Marvin Harrison Jr., not Trey McBride, and not James Conner.
Okay.
I don't know who it is, who it's going to be, but somebody's going to contribute and be a regular contributor. Because they didn't go out and get Keenan Allen. They didn't go out and get Amari Cooper. And they didn't go out and get Gabe Davis and those guys. Somebody that they like is going to end up being a factor in what they do. I don't know who it is.
Is it enough of a pop that Marvin Harrison Jr. goes from an okay rookie season to a dynamic?
No, I think besides
it's got to be.
I think it's another
body.
player.
Okay,
I think it's another. I'm counting on Marvin Harrison Jr. to be a focal point of the offense.
Just wanted to see if that was. Oh, he's going to be a focal point. I just mean like does that count in your mind? Does that count?
No, it's going to be a different.
If he goes from an 800-yard season to a 1,400-yard season.
Michael Wilson, Zay Jones, Weaver, Trey Benson, Tip Rob. Somebody's going to be a regular contributor that we're not even talking about right now.
When we come back, Diamondbacks finished strong in their series against the Mariners and suddenly has us all in a very optimistic state of mind about their season. We'll talk about that series. Eduardo Rodriguez turning the corner. It's all next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Yeah, okay, it's hot. I get it. I know. I always hate when it's like 95 degrees at like night and you can't go outside. But that's what we're in for the next 5 or 6 months. It's why I want you to know about Christian Brothers. The brutal summer heat is here. We avoided it for a while. May was beautiful. May was so nice. And first couple days of June, we had rain and cooler temperatures, but now we're stuck with this weather for a long time. At Christian Brothers, they want you to know that if you need a second opinion on something, like if you called an AC company and they say, oh, you need a new AC unit, and you want a second opinion because you're not sure if they're right, then you can call Christian Brothers. They'll come out and they'll give you a free second opinion. They also can help you with any type of repair that you need because they've been in the Valley since 1976. Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric can help you. If you need a repair on your AC unit, if you need a new AC unit, they carry all the major brands, Trane, Bryant, Goodman, and they can get out to you quickly. Now, there are some companies out there that cannot get out to you the same day. They can't. Sometimes they can't get out to you within 2 days. You don't want that. You got animals in the house. You've got pets. You got dogs, cats. You've got kids in the house. You can't afford to not have your AC running, which is why I want you to call Christian Brothers. 602-222-3535 for any repair you may need or for any new AC unit. Call 602-222-3535.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Thanks to an Eugenio Suarez grand slam and a Pavin Smith solo shot, the Diamondbacks swept the Mariners out of Chase Field 5-2, the final today. Snakes are off tomorrow, and then they start a new series against a division rival. The San Diego Padres come into Chase Field. That series starts on Friday. ESPN's Shams Charania reported today that Kevin Durant and his business partner Rich Kleiman have met multiple times over the past week with the Suns about his next destination this summer. Charania mentions the 5 most prominent teams that have interest in acquiring Durant: the Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, Houston Rockets, New York Knicks, and the San Antonio Spurs. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action at PHX Arena. They're hosting #1 overall pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. We got good news for the Merc on the injury front. Alyssa Thomas, who's missed the last 5 games, she is probable for tonight, recovering from a calf injury. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Phoenix Suns be working with Kevin Durant on a possible trade, or should they just be looking for the best possible return? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Suarez has already had some monumental grand slams this year. And now he swings, might have another. High drive, left field, way back and gone! His 19th home run of the season. And he takes a 2-0 deficit and turns it into a 4-2 lead. We know it's Gino, and the D-backs back on top here in the 6th.
3rd grand slam of the season for Eugenio Suarez. Their 8th grand slam as a team for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was clearly the turning point this afternoon at Chase Field as the Arizona Diamondbacks got the 5-2 win against the Seattle Mariners, and in the process, get the sweep against the Seattle Mariners. So let's see, the last 3 series, you sweep the Atlanta Braves, you get swept by the Cincinnati Reds.
So odd.
You sweep the Seattle Mariners.
Just so odd.
I mean, no wonder we're all so little schizophrenic trying to figure out this team and what their chances are and what they're, right? Like, it's been the last week and a half. It has been the roller coaster of all roller coasters trying to follow this team.
True. Win 3, lose 3, win 3. It's, but you know what? This team's got heart. They're going to play hard. They're going to try to get some great baseball players. It was really fun to watch Corbin Carroll, last night with the 2 triples.
It was.
To the point where I was sitting next to Alex Weiner in the press box. I'm like, let me just look this up. Like, does he have any chance in the world to break the record for most triples in a season? And no, he doesn't, because back in the 1800s and early 1900s, there was guys hitting a lot of triples.
Yeah.
The ballparks were the dimensions of the ballparks were so big, and it was just, you'll never catch him. I mean, I think the only guy in the modern era that had the most was Curtis Granderson. So maybe he's got a shot at that, but no shot at like the Major League Baseball record. But bottom line is, got the job done. You want to fight. You want to stay in this thing as long as you can. Here's what I'll ask for with this team, as depleted as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Go into September playing meaningful baseball games. I think it's a fair ask. Don't be out of it in September. Give me 30 days to go in the season, and you've got a shot. You're playing games that mean something. We know this team is up against it. We know they're in some trouble. No A.J. Puck, no Justin Martinez, no Corbin Burns. I get it. Give me the rest of June, all of July, and all of August hanging around, staying in this thing, giving yourself a chance. I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. I think I would even shorten it up a little bit and say just play good enough baseball and be in the conversation enough that you don't have to be a seller come July 31st. You know, like that to me is that to me is almost and look, I get it. There's a lot of benefits, and we're going to talk about this coming up at 5:30. There are benefits to being a seller. I get it. Like, you'd rather kind of know, you know, like
I would rather kind of know.
You kind of want to know, am I a buyer or a seller? I'd like for them to find a way to hang around the conversation long enough so that when July 31st rolls around, we know this team shouldn't sell. You know? That would be my wish.
But if they're not going to make it, I would rather they sell.
Yeah, but you can't know that. You can't predict how the season's going to end. I mean, like,
but that's
in order for us to get where you want to go,
they have to be in it and
they
not
have
sell.
to be in it, not sell.
Right.
Like my wish
That's my
just
hope, yeah.
happens before yours does. I mean, in order to accomplish yours, mine has to happen too.
Yeah.
They can't sell. I just get to there. Don't be sellers. And outings like today, series like this week helps. I mean, look, it's in a way, it was an awful series because they lost Justin Martinez, right? And that's just going to hang over this team and how they're going to deal with it. But other than that, and that 2/3 of an inning that Jeff Brigham pitched on Monday night where it just was all a disaster, man, there are a lot of things that worked really well for the Diamondbacks in this series, like surprisingly well. The bullpen was really good. The offense was really good, especially in spurts and moments with the home runs and things like that. They got a almost shockingly good outing from Eduardo Rodriguez today. They got a good enough outing from Brandon Pfaadt last night. Merrill Kelly was fantastic again, right? Like, I know the Mariners, they caught the Mariners at a really good time. They're really scuffling right now. But the biggest thing to me, the whole takeaway from this series was the bullpen. In a series where they lost Justin Martinez, and I don't know if this is going to last, but on a series where they lost Justin Martinez and they are holding this thing together with crazy glue and duct tape, man, other than Jeff Brigham's 2/3 of an inning on Monday night, everybody pitched really well out of the pen in this series. I just hope that's sustainable. I don't know if it is or not, but I hope it is.
Well, and Justin Martinez is going to be down. So can they sustain that? Probably not.
They'll get A.J. Puck back in a few weeks.
Probably not.
A couple of
Probably
weeks.
not sustainable.
Even with A.J. Puck coming back?
Ryan Thompson hasn't been right. Ginkle hasn't been right. Mantiply's not here anymore. I think the bullpen's going to be an adventure all year long. I think so. I know what you're saying. That was 3 good games.
3 good games.
That's not going to be their norm.
And that's a small sample. That's 3 out of 162. And what will help is Eduardo Rodriguez pitching into the 7th inning. I think he's only done that 3 times in his Diamondbacks career. Okay, that's great. And he's only done it one other time. That was one of the best Eduardo Rodriguez starts we've seen since he signed with the Diamondbacks. And I know that's not saying a lot, but that's one of the 2 or 3 best Eduardo Rodriguez outings. Brandon Pfaadt, last night was a good step. It wasn't a complete step. He gave up a lot of loud contact and he got a lot of great defense behind him, but that was a good step. More than anything, as you pointed out, 7 home runs in this series hit by the Diamondbacks in the 3 games. That, to me, is what this has to be about. It has to be a Eugenio Suarez hitting a grand slam. It has to be Pavin Smith finally coming around. Alec Thomas, he's not going to be this good the rest of the season, but man, he's been really good in June. That's an important development for this team.
Yeah, can some of that offense, like you've been talking about, overcome the fact that we're going to have bullpen problems? Because I expect it. I just expect that it is going to be an adventure. And you'll ride a high for a little bit, and then you'll ride a low for a little bit. And then because there's not a lot of consistency. A.J. Puck coming back, great. He hasn't pitched in a long time.
Oh, no, I know.
I mean, how good is he going to be?
And they're going to have to be very careful with him.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be very conservative with him and take at least until they get an idea of just how all the way back he is.
Right.
Here's Torrey after the game today, in which they, again, they got the Suarez grand slam. They got the Pavin Smith homer. Great outing from Rodriguez. Shelby Miller was brought in the 9th to close the game out. Probably get used to that too. Here's Torrey after the game.
Look, this team is playing hard. They're doing what they have to do every single day. but it's functioning the way it should. It's like gears. It's moving together, and we played really well defensively. You go back to yesterday, Bryce Jarvis being able to give us 3 innings with 1 run, gave us a chance to have some positive role relievers available today. So all those things add up every single day. And it's a chain reaction that's connected. And when I see what happened through the course of this series after a tough Cincinnati series, where emotionally we were spent, I'm really proud of where these guys are. So we have an off day tomorrow. We know that San Diego's coming in, and our only focus should be going out and playing another great game on Friday.
5 games out of the last wild card spot in the National League with 4 teams to jump in.
It's a really difficult spot to be in, because right now, let's just say right now, I would lean more towards seller than buyer because of the amount of teams that are ahead of me. So I think they've got to make a little headway to try to, because right now you're in that tough spot. You're in no man's land if you're Mike Hazen. Do I try to buy and see if I could jump these teams, or do I sell and give up on the seat? It's a tough spot to be in. A lot of times you just hold pat, but I think it is a difficult spot for Hazen where they are right now.
The KD trade market is starting to heat up. Who is first in line to try and buy the Suns superstar? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Was Devin Booker the leader of the bubble Suns? That was the last time that there wasn't any question on who the leader of the Suns was.
The shot that he made over Kawhi and the Clippers,
Then Chris Paul, you throw him into the mix. Chris Paul's been the undoubted leader of every team he's ever been on.
Yep.
And I think Devin Booker took a back seat. That worked out. I think he was just in that mindset to take the back seat to these all-time greats, and it worked once, and it didn't work
That's
once.
exactly it. He took the back seat, and he never got in the front seat again when KD got here.
Yes.
And KD wasn't the right guy to let drive.
There was 2 guys riding shotgun in a Waymo.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for V's Barbershop. It's the best barbers not only in the city, but in some cases in the country. It's this old-fashioned barbershop vibe that I'm telling you, there's so many other places that have tried to duplicate it, and they're just not the originals. They just don't have it down the way V's has it down. They're also the home of the hot lather shave, which if you've never had that done, I'm telling you, it's one of the most relaxing experiences. It's like all this old-fashioned stuff, and yet at the same time, just moments ago, I went to vbarbershop.com, needed to get a haircut this weekend, booked it online, all the modern conveniences, picked who I wanted to see. I don't have to worry about walking in and waiting. It's like all the modern touches with all the old-fashioned stuff as well. It's what makes V's, it's part of what makes V's special. There's a lot of things that makes V's special. It's the reason why they constantly win Best in Phoenix year after year after year. New location as well. V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth out in Mesa. Walk in today or book online by going to vbarbershop.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Arizona sports.
New York Knicks plus Kevin Durant equals what?
Eagles finals. Suns. A new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak. The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, this is ongoing interest, and I think this is the focus right now. It's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks. I do expect potentially some wild card teams to get in the mix as well. Because listen, this is Kevin Durant. For him to be on the market, he's the biggest domino right now that's fully available on the market. And last season we saw his play.
Are they doing the show in Indiana? Is that why the booing? Okay, yeah. The Pat McAfee show is live in Indiana for tonight's Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers. That's why you heard the booing for the New York Knicks, which I thought was funny. That's Shams on with Pat McAfee, doing a lot of the stuff that Gambo's been talking about for the last week. I mean, right down to the teams and everything. We are now entering kind of the end game when it comes to Kevin Durant and the Suns. This is it.
Yeah, any day from now until the draft could be the final day that Kevin Durant is a member of the Phoenix Suns. I think it'll go longer. I think it'll go close to the draft. I don't think it'll be today, tomorrow, this weekend, but I don't know for sure. When you strike a deal, you strike a deal. If there's draft, and the reason why I've been saying all along, I think it'll happen by the day of the draft, because there could be draft compensation that goes to the Suns.
Sure.
You know, you deal with San Antonio, you might get the 14th pick. You know, you deal with Houston, you might get a pick. So there could be a draft pick involved that the Suns could use right now to kind of get another younger player in the mix, which would be a better pick than the 2 picks that they currently have by a lot. Could be by a lot. So that's why I think it's going to come down by then, because I do think there'll be some type of draft compensation. Now, maybe it's future draft picks, but I do think there'll be some draft pick compensation that comes. I don't think it'll be a straight Kevin Durant for players without some kind of draft pick compensation.
There was that tweet that you sent earlier that I read on the air about the Suns kind of doing their homework on lottery guys in this year's draft. I mean, I think beyond your reporting, it's just logical for something to get done before the draft, because you would just assume that any Kevin Durant deal would probably involve a pick in this year's draft. Somewhere along the line, it would involve a pick in this year's draft. So using the draft as sort of a deadline to get something done, it just makes sense for everybody involved, especially if this thing ends up being a 3-team, a 4-team trade. Then you know picks in this year's draft are going to get moved. And then it has to happen before the draft so teams can get the guys they want and they can prepare themselves for that homework. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen before the end of the finals. I think it's going to happen sometime the week of the draft, maybe even the day of the draft. It's 2 weeks from today. But this is it. Rich Kleiman's meeting with Kevin Durant and meeting with the Suns, and they're talking about possibilities. And all we can hope for is that everything that we've talked about the last few days and the last few weeks comes to fruition on this. That there's a big market for him, that there's a lot of teams that want him, that there's a lot of teams that he wants to go to, and that he's not being particular or picky about where he
just
ends
saying
up.
one team and one team only.
And if he is saying one team and one team only, that's where the Suns have to dig in their heels a little bit and do the thing. They do. They have to. They can't take a bad Kevin Durant deal to pacify a player who's not on their roster anymore. They can't.
Yeah, unless there's a team, like Toronto, or maybe there's more than one team. So I'll take Kevin Durant for 1 year and we'll win him over and we'll see what happens.
Sure.
But I think your trade package back on a guy on a 1 year is a lot different than a guy on 3 years. So I think any team that's going to get Kevin Durant and say, I'm going to re-sign him and I'm going to keep him, I think that team's going to give you more knowing they're going to have 3 years of Kevin Durant than you would just a 1 year deal.
Yeah, logically, they're more inclined to give up more. I would agree. But if the Suns, it behooves them to make the best deal no matter what. And my worry is that if Kevin Durant, let's say the Spurs, because you've been talking about the Spurs a lot for the last 48 hours or so. If it's the Spurs and Kevin Durant says, I only want to go to the Spurs, now the Spurs can basically shove it in the Suns' face and say, oh, yeah, he only wants to come here. Okay, here's our offer.
Here's our offer. Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it. This is all we're going to give
anywhere else.
And
right.
it might end up that going to Toronto without an extension is a better offer than what you're getting from San Antonio because San Antonio believes they're offering up the best because that's the only place Kevin Durant wants to go. You know what I mean?
I think
there's a better offer from somebody else even without the extension for that exact reason.
I think it'd be nice to have that in your back pocket, that there is a team out there willing to take him on a 1 year deal knowing that they're not going to re-sign him. I think that's a nice nugget to have. Because you could always just tell Kevin Durant, look, I'm just going to send you to Toronto. Good luck. You're going to freeze your ass off in Toronto. It's cold, but they want you for a year, and we're going to trade you there.
Yeah.
What's he going to? Kevin Durant's not the type of guy to be like, I'm not going to play for you. He's not like Kevin Durant. Like honestly,
I'm going to retire. I'm going to take my ball and go home.
I think he just values the game too much. He doesn't have a no trade clause. He understands the way if they trade him, they trade. He's not going to not want to play. So I think Kevin Durant has too much respect for the game to pull that card on anybody. It is what it is. They have the right to trade him. He knows that. So I don't think he would want to go there. But if that was the only option, because then he would obviously take it and play there.
I just hope, how can I say this? I just hope that Kevin Durant has enough respect for the Suns not to put them in the position of, I only want to go to this team. He would never play it like Jimmy Butler played it with Miami at the deadline. That was a mess. That was just an ungodly mess, the way that whole thing went down. But part of the reason why it was a mess, because Jimmy Butler was like, yeah, no, Suns, that's it. We're not going anywhere else, Suns.
And he didn't end up on the Suns.
And the Heat were like, no, you're going to the Warriors. And so that's your choice. You're either going to be here and be miserable, or you're going to go there and play with Steph and Draymond. What do you want to do? And he went and he left. And so I hope there's a spirit of cooperation in all parties, and I think part of that cooperation is based on the idea, don't just say the Spurs, say the Rockets too, say the Heat, say Minnesota, say the New York Knicks, say all the teams that we've been talking about. Say, yeah, I'd go there and play. I'd do that. And then Shams, and you've done the same thing, mentioning other teams might get involved as well. Wild cards have been calling as well. I mean, that's you've mentioned the Clippers as a possibility. Toronto might be on that list. I'm assuming that they might be. I think that's where it gets really curious. Like, there's what teams would call and what would they have to offer. We've been so focused on the Rockets and the Spurs. I'd love to know what the Toronto Raptors would offer the Phoenix Suns for Kevin Durant. I'd love to know what the Minnesota Timberwolves would offer what the LA Clippers would offer for Kevin. I'd love to know what those offers.
Yeah, would anybody give you? Could you get Zubac? Could you get Jaden McDaniels? I don't think so. But we'll see. And you've got it. Like, Kevin Durant still plays the game at a very high level. Kevin Durant's still a great player that can help somebody, get over the top. It didn't happen here, but there's still the belief that in the right system, on the right team, with the right coach, he's going to be fine. He's going to help somebody.
Now, I want to bring this up. There was a report from Stefan Bondi, who is the beat writer who covers the New York Knicks for the New York Post. I've never met Stefan. I don't know his work, but I saw that this got a little play on Twitter about 6 hours ago. He tweeted out the Knicks are not in the mix for Kevin Durant.
Okay.
The Post has learned. That's what he tweeted. The Knicks are not in the mix, even though they were listed as a team by you. They were listed as a team by Shams. And I'm not saying you're right, he's wrong, or vice versa. I'm just saying that's out there now. He's suggesting the Knicks are not in the mix for Kevin
Yeah, that
Durant.
might be their position. I don't believe the Suns have talked to the Knicks as of right now. I don't believe that. So I do think that the Suns would be interested in talking with the Knicks. I think that they would be interested in OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges if the Knicks were interested in Kevin Durant, but I've said that they would not be interested in Karl Anthony Towns. So I don't know if the Knicks are just saying that that's their position, that they're not interested. But I do believe that the Knicks and the Suns have not talked yet as far as, okay, you're interested in Kevin Durant or not. But I do know that if the Knicks were interested, what the Suns would like back.
Maybe the Knicks want to hire Kevin Durant to be their next head coach.
They could.
Since nobody else is giving them permission to speak to their current head coach. Maybe, Kevin Durant's the one person who won't say no to them. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, if you zoom out, the Diamondbacks have won a lot more than they've lost in the month of June. Do we need to take them out of the sellers category, or is it just not late enough in the season to say that? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons, and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side. And NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports Hour.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, where right now employee pricing from America for America extended through the 4th of July. If you are looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford has you covered. From the Maverick to the Ford Mustang to the Escape to the Ford F-150 truck, there is a great selection at Sanderson Ford. The dealership that's service built. Employee pricing from America for America. And don't forget, they've got their low price tire guarantee. Why buy tires anywhere else when Sanderson Ford offers the best selection and prices? 13 major tire brands, 30-day price guarantee, all makes and models, road hazard coverage available on any new tires you get at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. And don't forget, Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. For more information, go to sandersonford.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, locations all across the Valley, not owned by shareholders or stockholders. If you're doing banking, right, you want somebody who's committed to you. You want, checking accounts, savings accounts, consumer loans, and all of that thing. But you want Global Credit Union because their strength is their membership. for a bank or a financial institute like that, they're answering to shareholders and stockholders. Global Credit Union is answering to you, which means an absolute commitment to eliminating fees, which means an absolute commitment to providing better customer service, an absolute commitment to offering you the full range of everything that a bank does. It's just different banking, better banking, because it's about you, the members of Global Credit Union. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Thanks to an Eugenio Suarez grand slam and a Pavin Smith solo shot, the Diamondbacks swept the Mariners out of Chase Field 5-2 the final today. Snakes are off until tomorrow, then they start a new series with the Padres on Friday. That will also be at Chase Field. ESPN's Shams Charania reported today that Kevin Durant and his business partner Rich Kleiman have met multiple times over the past week with the Suns about his next destination this summer. Charania mentioned the 5 most prominent teams that have interest in acquiring Durant: the Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, Houston Rockets, New York Knicks, and the San Antonio Spurs. Sticking with the NBA, it's just about to tip off Game 3 from Indianapolis between the Pacers and the Thunder. That series is tied at a game apiece. We are carrying that one live over on ESPN 620 AM if you want to listen to that. More basketball. Later tonight, the Phoenix Mercury hosts the Dallas Wings and #1 overall pick Paige Beckers. Good news for the Merc. Alyssa Thomas is probable for tonight after missing the last 5 games with a calf injury, so sounds like she's going to be back running the floor with Satu Sabali and the crew. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, this is Eddie Vedder. The D-backs are playing Seattle, and are they still alive? We'll talk about if they got the sweep. 6 a.m. Bickley and Murata mornings.
Oh, Jared. You didn't have your headphones in. You missed that.
No, I didn't hear it.
You're not. I'm
not playing it again.
Don't play it again.
Did not hear any of it.
You're not much. I don't think you're much of a Pearl Jam fan, so I don't think.
No, I'm
I
not.
think the joke might have been lost on you a little bit, but it was interesting. It was interesting to say the least. I believe these quotes came before the series against Seattle even started. Okay, I think you were at last night's game. I went to Monday's game.
Okay.
And I think I had heard when I was in the press box that Nick Piccoro and Steve Gilbert of AZ Central and MLB.com, respectively, had this sit down with Mike Hazen, the general manager, before the series even started. So these are quotes, but literally before the 3-game sweep against the Seattle Mariners, in which Mike Hazen said, quote, "I'm hopeful this is going to turn around and we put ourselves in the conversation to be buying. I hope the players put us in a conversation to be buying a month from now, month and a half from now, but we got to get going. It happens when you play this way, when you're sitting in the standings the way you are. It's inevitable. You're going to start receiving phone calls about your players," close quote.
Right.
Now, 3 days later, they swept the Seattle Mariners, doing so in fairly impressive fashion. The bullpen pitched well. The starting pitching was really good, if not, acceptable, and Brandon fought last night. The offense hit 7 home runs and made last night's game an absolute laugher. I mean, they just put it away. It's too early to call this, I know, but it is at least a baby step in the direction of, okay, we don't necessarily have to be a seller if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm not saying they have to sweep everybody they play, but it's nice to see a little baby step in this direction, isn't it?
Yeah. I said, I think that the hardest part is, when you're just right on that line, could go either way. I think he was there a couple of years ago. The year they went to the World Series, they were just... They weren't sure what they had. Do we have a good team? Do we not have a good team? And so they didn't go out and they got Paul Sewald and they They
Tommy
ended
Pham.
up with Tommy Pham, but like they didn't go get another starting pitcher, which they needed, but they didn't go get it because it was like, really not like I don't know if you could figure out where they were at the trade deadline.
I can,
but they weren't all the way in. You weren't like, oh my God, this is a team, you've got to go for it. You got to give up your top prospects. They didn't give up any top prospect. Like they gave up Dominic Canzone, who's on the Mariners now, to get Paul Sewald, but they didn't give up any of their top prospects to go for it. It's a tough spot. I think they're kind of similar right now today where they're standing. I think they're right on that line. They're
Mitch,
right on that line.
What do you got for me, Mitch?
On July 31st of 2023, they had just beaten the San Francisco Giants to improve to 57-50. That's where they were at the end of July.
7 games over 500, and they were...
Yeah, where were they in the standings?
Third in the standings.
Third in the wild card?
Third in the National League West, 3.5
Third in the
games.
West.
I don't have the wild card standings. I can't look that up.
It was, okay, how good are we? Don't know. How good is this team? Don't know. Now we know this team has a ton of injuries, and that could factor in. So I think you would, again, I said today, I would lean more towards being a seller than a buyer. But it's hard to go to the players in your locker room. How do you go to Merrill Kelly? How do you go to Corbin Carroll? How do you go to these players and say, you know what, we're 5 games out, but we don't believe you guys could do it. We're going to sell. That's a hard spot.
Mitch,
you don't want to do that if you're a GM.
Mitch brings up something interesting, too. In 2023, they were 8-16 in July. So, like, they had hit a hard, rough patch going into the deadline. And yet they still were like, all right, let's give it a shot. We're still right there. We're kind of in the conversation. And so that's going to be what the next month of Diamondbacks baseball is about. Where are you in the conversation? Where are you in the standings? Is it worth it? Because I tell you, I saw a story today on The Athletic, and it was from Jim Bowden, who is former Major League Baseball general manager, and he was talking about kind of like every team's trade deadline wish list.
Yeah.
About a month and a half out. Oh my God, Gambo. The whole story was littered with Diamondback players who could get moved, who could get traded. Like I was reading it, and it was just like team after team and name after name of like, okay, for example, Chicago Cubs, biggest need, biggest need, starting pitching. Favorite target, Zach Gallen. Detroit Tigers, AL Central, biggest need, third base, favorite target, Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
Toronto Blue Jays, biggest need, starting pitcher, favorite target, Merrill Kelly.
Wow.
Seattle Mariners, biggest need, corner infield. The team that Diamondbacks just swept. Biggest need, corner infielder, favorite target, Josh Naylor, Arizona Diamondbacks. And that didn't even count the Mets and maybe Shelby Miller as a possible target, the Giants and Josh Naylor, the Padres and Lourdes Gurriel. Like the Diamondbacks were seen by Bowden as hey, when they get there, when they become sellers, it's a treasure trove of things that you could buy off of them, including some of the very best the market might have to offer at positions of need for all of these teams.
That's why I don't want to be. I want to be on one. I want to be firmly on one side or the other side of the line.
I agree.
I don't want to be in no man's land where maybe we could make it or maybe we won't. I'd rather do a swan dive and you're out of it. Because listen, here's the bottom line: you might end up with some really good players. You know, you might end up with some really good players in trading a Merrill Kelly or a Zach Gallen or a Eugenio Suarez. You just never know. Like Seattle traded Sewald, they've got Canzone. Years ago, the Diamondbacks got Escobar for Duran.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so you don't know. You could end up with a really good player. So that's where I think you've got to be. I prefer that they're in it and they go get somebody. I prefer that they're in it.
I know you do.
But I just don't want them to be on that line where you don't know what to do.
Something tells me they're going to be on that line where you don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's
something tells me they're going to be 4 games out of the last wild card spot with 3 teams in front of them. So something tells me it's going to be similar to what we're looking at now. Now, will they get a boost when AJ Puck returns? Yeah. Are they bracing for Justin Martinez being out for the season? Probably. But will they get a little boost when Puck comes back? Will that bring some stability? I just think you and we better get comfortable with the idea that if it's clarity that you're looking for around the trade deadline, I bet we don't get it. I bet it's more of this. More of the uncertainty, more of the, if you squint really hard, you could see that we could, we're one little win streak away from being right back where we want to be. I bet that's where they are around the deadline.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in.
It is. It's
a tough, because again, it's hard as a GM to go to your team and say, I'm gonna trade Zach Allen, Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, and Shelby Miller. Why? We're 5 games out.
Yeah.
There's more than a month to play. We're 5 games out. Give us a chance.
And the thing,
it's hard to say that.
The one thing we've come to learn about Mike Hazen, and he's so competitive. Like and they put so much stock into this year. I think they'd really have to be way out of it for him to do that. Like way out of it for him to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he's just not the type to look at it. And I mean, they just spent $375 million the last couple of years trying to go for it against the LA Dodgers. I don't know if you're just going to dismantle that unless you've got clear and present reasoning to do it. Like it's just crystal clear. We're done. We're out. And nobody wants that to happen, right? Nobody's rooting for that.
No.
Because that's disaster. That's you falling off a cliff. That's
nobody's going to pay attention to the last month of the season.
That's your 8 games out of the last wild card spot, and there's 5 teams in front of you. Yeah, I mean okay. I'm not rooting for that. I'd rather have vague and unsure than you're so bad. You're like, okay, let's just sell everybody.
But again, it's.
I know what you're saying.
If you're on the line and okay, we're not going to trade anybody, and then you don't make a run, you're going to wish you did trade them.
Yeah,
somebody's going to call you to make an offer. What would you give me for Merrill Kelly? I'll give you a top 10 prospect. That guy can get me over the hump.
You're going to,
and then you don't make the trade. You're like you've always said, you can always re-sign Merrill Kelly.
Could you do both? Like think about the Tigers last year. They sold. And they went on a ridiculous run, made it all the way into the postseason, even went past the Astros in the wild card round.
Well, even some of Mike Hazen's best trades have been like buying and selling at the same time, right?
He never likes to go too deep in a prospect pool.
He sold Jazz Chisholm to buy Zach Allen.
He's made trades.
He's good like that.
He's pretty good like that. I'm going to make a trade, but it's also going to help me now.
Yeah.
So maybe you could find that type of trade.
Maybe.
Where I'm going to trade Merrill Kelly, who has no available time left or no years left for a guy who's got 2 or 3 years of control.
By the way, Bowden in this story mentioned that exact thing that I brought up a couple of days ago. Trade Merrill Kelly at the deadline and just re-sign him in the offseason. If the Diamondbacks decide to sell, they could acquire a couple of mid-level prospects in exchange, and then in the offseason look to re-sign Merrill Kelly.
Yankees did it with
Aroldis to finish his career with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, it kind of makes crazy sense when you think about it.
Yankees traded Chapman to the Cubs, won the World Series, and they got it. They signed him back after it was over.
When we come back, Kevin Durant has a clear and defined trade market right now. Do the Phoenix Suns have the market all to themselves? That's next here on this Wednesday edition of Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Liberty GMC, they're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Great place. Nowhere are you going to get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Absolutely nowhere. They've got the very best deals. Right now, $12,500 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. Best truck out there on the road. You'll see it and you go, man, that's a pretty looking truck. Yeah, they've got them. They've got huge inventory. They've got huge deals right now. They're also the place to go to get your car serviced. They know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. You drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. You're back on the road the next day. It's like it never happened. They've also got the best tire deal in town. Buy 3, get the 4th for just $1 all year long at Liberty GMC. Can't beat it. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and it's hot, crazy hot right now, and the heat does a lot of damage to roofs. It really does, especially the underlayment of the roof, what's under the tile, what really protects your roof, that underlayment. The heat really does a lot of damage to it. And, of course, we're in monsoon season. The next few months are going to be monsoon season, heavy rains and downpours. We had some crazy rain in June, some really hard rain, especially where I live. That's why you got to know about JLC Roofing, because when it comes time to taking care of your roof, what you need to understand is roofs require maintenance. You can't just ignore your roof because you don't see what's up there. You know, you could have some damage to your roof that could be repaired with an easy repair. That's why JLC Roofing offers free estimates. And why wouldn't you want to work with JLC Roofing? They're not a company that's sold out to some other company that's sold out to, no, they're generations of family roofers. It's in their blood. From the grandfather to the father to the son, this is what they do. It's a great local company that's been around for 3 generations of roofers right here in Arizona. They cover the entire valley. Call them at 602 Roofing for a free estimate. That's 602 Roofing.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
The games that are on tonight, what's on tonight, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. NBA Finals are on tonight. Game 3 live from Indianapolis, Indiana. That game just got underway. Sources close to me telling me it's on ESPN 620 if you want to hear it, yes. But I think they literally just tipped it off like 5 minutes ago. We'll get you a score. They're in commercial right now. Also on tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are back home taking on the Dallas Wings. The good news in this one, Gambo, is that there are players back for both teams on this one. Alyssa Thomas has been cleared to play for the Mercury. Paige Beckers has been cleared for the Dallas Wings.
Oh, how about that?
She's been out for a little bit with some issues. Natasha Mack will be available for the first time this season as well.
Paige Beckers.
Mercury are off to a good start. In fact, I think I saw where Nate Tibbetts is like
Coach of the Year candidate.
Consideration for Coach of the Year candidate.
It's a good hire. It's a good hire. It was a good hire by Matt Ishbia. Josh Bartelstein, Nate Tibbetts. He's done a good job.
You're saying it without saying it. I
just sound like.
I hope the other one's as good too.
I hope so too. But that was a really good hire. He's done a great job for them.
Oklahoma City is up 15-6 with 7.5.
Do we have the 4 straight games for Oklahoma City here? Did they win the 4 straight? Win it in 5?
I think there's a better than decent chance that yes, they will. That they'll.
How hurt is Halliburton? He's playing, but like, there's some concern about how healthy he is.
Was it Don Nelson who had said the other day, like, I like Tyrese Halliburton. He needs to be more aggressive. He needs to look for a shot more.
He wasn't scoring in the first half of these games.
Always making the right basketball play, but he just needs to be more of an aggressive scorer. I don't know. I don't know how hurt he is. But I think tonight's game, to your point, I think tonight's game will tell the tale. If Oklahoma City wins comfortably in Game 3 tonight, I think this series is over in 5. I really do. I think tonight will tell us whether this is going to be a series or whether this is going to be a gentleman's sweep. We'll know. I think we'll know.
It kind of reminds me of the 76ers Lakers with Iverson. It really does.
That a couple times.
We'll see. I mean, Indiana's got a lot of heart. They play with a lot of passion. We'll see.
Okay, get your blood pressure pills out. Are you ready?
Oh, okay. Let me get them. Hold on.
Get your blood pressure pills. Go get them. Go get them real quick. Because I have.
Okay.
I have something to share with you here. And this comes off of the. YouTube chat. You know, you can watch us at youtube.com if you want. Mark, about an hour ago, about 45 minutes ago, had asked on the YouTube chat
Mark
for a Gambo 5 packages for Kevin Durant. Mark wants to know, what are the Gambo 5 packages for Kevin Durant?
I always...
Go tell us. Tell me, Gambo, what are the Gambo 5 packages for Kevin Durant trades?
I'm so close to the end of my career. I'm just so close. It's right there. And I've been so successful with the Gambo 5 that I honestly, I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to do it anymore. But I like my batting average.
So you're like,
I like my batting average.
You're like the 400 hitter who's got one at bat in the season finale,
right.
And you're at
just
400, and you're like, I'm done.
Just sit me.
Take me out of the game. I don't want 3 more at bats because drop my average below 400. That's you.
I think about that. Like somebody asked me when we nailed the Gambo. We've nailed Gambo 5s with the Suns on the draft and with the Cardinals and the draft, and we've been so good. We've had when we got Walter Nolan this year. Somebody like, how many is that? That's like, I don't know. It's like 9 for 9. I'm like,
first of all. Don't act like you don't know exactly how many Gambo 5s you've gotten right. That's first and foremost.
I didn't know until
then. Don't
then.
act like you don't know.
I didn't know until then.
Because you went back and you went 1, 2, 3. You counted. All right.
Because we had some second rounders in there too, where we did Gambo 5s in the second round. But anyway, our batting average is really good, and I just don't know that I want to. I don't want to whiff on one.
You don't want to mess it up. Well,
we'll put a tee up for you. How's that?
No, like look at the Suns draft. They're picking like at the end of the round. How am I supposed to get that right? For now. Yeah, they're picking at the end of the round. Like, I don't know who the hell's going to be there at the end of the round.
If they pick, like, let's say it's a deal with the Spurs and they pick 14th. We might not know about that until
the day of the draft.
If they're picking 14th, I'll give you a Mitch 1. Jace Richardson out of Michigan State.
From Michigan State. God, would that not be a lineman on steroids if they took the Michigan State guy? Oh, God, that would just be... It's almost like, yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna get the 14th pick in the draft. They're gonna take the Michigan State kid. Why? Alignment. That's the answer to everything these days. Yeah, alignment. Hey, we're aligned. Michigan State all the way. Is it too late for Devin Booker to transfer to Michigan State so he can get some eligibility there? Can we make that happen, please?
They're going to draft the best player they can, but you're right. I mean, they may end up picking earlier in this draft than we know, and that may not come down to like the day before the draft or the day of the draft.
It might come down 3 hours before the
draft. It could.
I mean, they'll know, but we might not know until then. I think it could. I think it could really happen that quickly. The piece of news today that kind of impacts this whole KD stuff is that doesn't appear Giannis Antetokounmpo is available in a trade.
Wow.
Everyone's saying he hasn't asked out. They don't want to move him. He's not going to be on the market. So the Suns, not that they are necessarily in competition, but they might have the market to themselves.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Giannis staying in Milwaukee.
Arizona Sports at Night is next. We'll see you tomorrow. Full show, straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.
Welcome to another edition of Arizona Sports at Night. It's Kellen Olson. It's Mitch Verotis. We're here with you up until 8 o'clock. Little local programming taking you extended beyond the normal 3 shows. If you've never heard us before, that's what we do now. Hello!
We do local programming in the evenings. Hi. It's great that you're here with us this evening. There's a lot to talk about, too, so nice of y'all to join us for this one.
Yeah, we have a really busy show. We normally are busy always because we either have an hour, half hour, 2 hours, and sometimes there's 4 hours worth of stuff to get into. This is one of those days. Lots on Kevin Durant. You haven't been on the radio since the Jordan Out thing. I haven't been on the radio since the Jordan Out thing, so we got things to say on him as well. A little bit of Cardinals will sprinkle in as well, but of course we got to start with this.
2 balls, 2 strikes for the sweep. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 5-2.
How about that?
They did it.
Simple question.
Okay.
Are the D-backs back?
This is a really simple question that has
I
a
said
very,
no. I think you already answered the question before saying a word. That was impressive.
Okay, so if I'm going to be fair to what we've seen from the Diamondbacks the last 3 games, the last 6 games, how about just the whole month of June? They're 7-3 in the month of June. They have 2 sweeps in the month of June. I would consider that successful baseball. Absolutely. But it's coming off what was a very rough and all over the place month of May, where some of that all over the place-ness, or to simplify, inconsistencies, have also shown up this month. So I really don't know how to gauge the Diamondbacks right now, but this sweeping the Mariners certainly helps, especially with the Padres coming in soon. I just don't know if I'm really ready to fully invest back in right now. They just haven't played like I'm sold yet, if that makes sense.
Bear with me. I'm pulling up the new browser, so if you hear me turn anything on that I'm not supposed to turn on, that's just Kel figuring out. Like, I go to click on where Google Chrome is. It doesn't even exist on the computer anymore.
Died.
They wiped it.
Yeah.
Completely. I'm Microsoft Edged now, I guess. That's what I'm doing over here. So as I'm struggling to pull up the score and such.
So do our
there we go.
communities.
See?
My name is Oscar
that we're
Zabaleta.
hearing right now is an example of what could happen. I'm really glad I teed that up, and then the bit didn't even need to take like 10 seconds for it to come to fruition. Can I even pull up this box score without hearing sound, or am I good? I feel like this McDonald's ad is about to make sound, so I'm just going to close my browser entirely. D-backs sweep, as you talked about, and I think they might be back. I'm actually willing to buy into the possibility that they are. And I got into this with you over email yesterday, but I have a little bit more to say on it here on the airwaves. That's a good thing. That's our job to do. If you look at how they won these baseball games and just how exactly they went about doing so, I'm asking for something here. I'm asking for a lot. Take out third base coach blunder number 1.
Yeah.
Take out third base coach blunder number 2. Take out the 27th out in that game 2 games ago and all the other games after that. The win yesterday was really the 10-3 win last night was really the one where that was like the cleanest game that they've played. I'm not talking win, loss, whatever, just the cleanest brand of baseball that they've played, even not even taking into account like a handful of really good defensive plays. Like, we haven't seen them play like that in a while, and Torey Lovello straight up spoke on that post game last night.
I feel the same way. On the heels of what happened in Cincinnati, you feel like you've come close, you didn't play clean games, you're a hit away from winning a game or 2, it doesn't happen. I think the guys just went out there and drew a line and said, hey, it's time to go. It's time to get that function, that gear moving together. And even though something I do might not add up today, it will fit into what happens tomorrow. So that's the mindset I want everybody to have. It's a high baseball IQ. It's knowing the game, understanding the game, and then finding a way to just make it work. And it gets back to doing your job. I've been saying that to them for a while now. Just go out and do your job. If you do your job, don't worry about your brother knowing he's doing the exact same thing, we'll be fine. And when it shows up the way it did today, we're playing clean games. We played clean games for 3 straight days here, and that's very pleasing to me.
Just seems like they had the blinders on in this series in particular. Like, where if you compare it to the Red series, there was some nitpicking going on in particular. I remember with Wolf and Luke about a moment with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the outfield going up against the ball at the wall versus what Will Benson was doing for the Reds in a very lopsided game. Whereas this series, it just felt like everybody was locked in from the word go. There was a couple hiccups, like you already mentioned, but at the same time, it felt like everybody knew what they had to do. They understood the urgency that was in existence, and they went out and executed at probably the best they've had in a long time this season.
Yeah, execution is the key word, right? I think that's definitely the key word. And today's win, I think, was the one that gave me the most faith, hope, whatever word that you want to use exactly, that they could turn this thing around. Because my point a couple weeks ago is that this was not going to be an on-off situation where all of a sudden they were going to play mistake-free baseball, win 16 of 21. If they do go on a stretch where they win a few baseball games, it's going to be not littered, but it's going to be ever present. These flaws that we see, these mistakes that we see, the lack of execution that we see. Today's win, Ketel Marte just stumbles over a ball, gets stuck behind his arm, whatever exactly happened there, and stops a double play. Should have been an unearned run for Erod yet again. It wasn't. But Erod pitched very well. They were facing Brian Wu, who is just like on pace if he keeps it up this season. Like it was early. It was just a sample of I think 25 games for him last year. But if he pitches the way he did last year and continues to this year, he's going to just be one of the best pitchers in baseball. We can confidently say that. He's been overshadowed by so many names in Seattle that I don't think he's kind of getting the hype that he deserves. I'm hyping the kid up here because it was a big deal to beat him on the day when Erod was pitching for you, when you were at a severe disadvantage with the pitching matchup and situational hitting. It wasn't there early, but it was just there for one inning. And when Wu hung a pitch, his worst pitch of the day, as Josh Colminter called it on the radio broadcast, a hanging slider, Gino crushed it. The bullpen took care of business, and they won a baseball game the way that they are supposed to.
One of my bigger gripes the last couple of games from the Diamondbacks has just been their inability to cross runners at home for a variety of reasons. One of them we already mentioned with how they're just how they're running from third base to home. That is one part of the issue. But the other part of the issue is when those runners are on base and just not being able to produce that necessary hit to get them home. And the Diamondbacks in some cases have been able to make up for that lacking of scoring late with their ability to hit home runs, which when it works out, great. But you can't just win all your games trying to out-homer your opponent if you aren't scoring enough runs from those home runs. Like, you need to have productive home runs like we got today from Gino, like we got the other couple nights. I think Gabby had a 3-run homer, if I'm not mistaken. Like, there were opportunities there that the Diamondbacks made the most of a strength of theirs and then also counteracted a weakness that has been there for most of this year by scoring those runners when they were on base.
Let's say not wins or losses per se and put a number on it specifically, but if you get like this level of execution from these 3 games, how many more games do you need to see it for overall? Like, they could go against San Diego on Friday, lay a dud. Let's say the bullpen blows it and they lose, like the typical D-backs loss that we've unfortunately seen. But for the most part, you see the execution improving to a degree that is pretty noticeable, which I would think is what I would agree, and I think everyone would agree listening, is what's happened over the last 3 games. How many games do you need to see this for before you actually start buying it and believing that this is a thing that's starting to turn around?
I think give me another week because I think the execution was probably the biggest frustration of mine, and just what seems or what reads as a lack of focus. I don't want them to be misconstrued as this team is not focused and I'm calling them out individually one by one, but it's more when you watch the way they play and you watch some of these mistakes that occur, you ask yourself in the moment, okay, why did that happen? Why are we struggling to accomplish what they're trying to set out to do? Why does it look so hard to play the children's game, per se? Why is they making it so difficult on themselves? So if they can go another week where incidents will happen, but if they can find ways to play good baseball otherwise, like play 80% of a good baseball game and not let the other 20% beat them, then I'll start to feel more inclined that this season is back on track.
I like that you put a week timeline on it because if you pull up the schedule, 3 games at Chase Field against the Padres this weekend, I think that the importance of those games isn't really relevant right now, if I'm being honest. Like, you look at like NL West, fellow NL West team, but more importantly, a fellow NL wild card contender. I don't really think it matters who they're playing specifically, but I say all of that to tee up. They've got 3 on the road against Toronto, and then it's 9 games against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. So if you can meet your week timeline, we start to see some progress. Then it becomes about, yes, you need wins and losses. You need to win 6 of those 9 games minimum, and probably 7, honestly. If we're looking at this schedule for what it is and the caliber of team that you're playing. But that's kind of been our rocking theme here the last couple of weeks has been June and seeing through June. We're about halfway through it right now, but if we don't see those signs, and this is not a consistent thing over the next week, and then we see more of it against the worst teams in baseball, time to sell.
So what would bother you more then if we were to slightly twist this a tad more? If they were to go out there and play as well as they possibly could and somehow lose to these inferior clubs, any of White Sox, Rockies, and Marlins, or they play poorly but somehow find a way to win against these higher tier clubs in the Padres and the Blue Jays who have been scalding hot as of late.
Yeah, baseball is baseball, so I don't want to say it in this kind of way, but I think if you execute enough against those teams, that's kind of the whole point, right? Is that if you execute to a decent degree, you are going to win enough of those games. I think that part would be more frustrating just because if they finally start to click into place and yet they can't translate it to wins, it doesn't translate to win, transition to wins, you're at the point at the end of June where you're like, oh my gosh, like, okay, where are we at in the standings? They're 6th, 7th, 8th in the NL wild card. How many games back are they? And even if they're starting to execute better, it doesn't translate to wins against the worst. How is it going to do so against, like, you've got the Giants coming up, you've got the Padres coming up. Again, you've got more coming in the second half after the All-Star break. So I think that would be the part that would be more frustrating because it does turn into a matter of running out of time eventually here.
Yeah, eventually the calendar's going to turn and we're going to look at the standings a lot harder. And then you got to determine what direction you're going in, excuse me. All right, we'll talk more about the Diamondbacks coming up later, but coming up next, we got some insight, some intel, whether it's new or not, as to what the future holds for Kevin Durant this summer. We'll tell you what we heard next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Eddie Vedder. The D-backs are playing Seattle. And are they still alive? We'll talk about if they got the sweep. 6 a.m., Vic Lamarada mornings.
Mitch, I've got an update for you.
Hit me.
No Kevin Durant update for you.
Oh.
TJ McConnell is happening, folks.
Ooh, finals
he's doing
McConnell.
He's doing that thing where he's driving, dishing, picking off inbounds passes, throwing them off the opponent, riling up the home crowd.
Nice.
Game 3 off to a really good start. OKC is up 36-35 over the Pacers in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. If you were with us at the end of last week for our one lone show, you'll remember that we were sort of monitoring the game throughout the show, kind of telling you the trends that were going, and basically our advice in that hour was keep an eye on this. OKC's up, but keep an eye on this. The Pacers, are kind of hanging around a little bit too much. We'll see what happens over the next couple of minutes. We go off the air. A couple of minutes later, Tyrese Halliburton hits
That's right.
the shot. TJ's riling up the crowd. It's good to see finals TJ. My favorite U of A player of all time, thriving in the NBA. It's always beautiful to see when your guy from college can translate it over into the pros.
He even did a dish to Matherin. So how about that U of A to U of A shot-making offense masterclass happening for the Pacers?
I don't mind it. I love it. All right, I'll shut up now. So by far the majority of our ASU listenership does not turn us off if they haven't already. Here's the stuff you want.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th. With Giannis Antetokounmpo, from what I'm told, his status will not be tied to the NBA draft. It won't be tied to free agency. It's much more likely that his future plays out into July and into August in terms of him seeing the landscape of not only the Bucks, seeing the landscape of the league, seeing what other teams do.
It's an important note there from ESPN Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee show earlier today. Not necessarily news on the Kevin Durant front per se, but what he said about Giannis and everything that we're hearing about Giannis Antetokounmpo right now is that he has given no inclination that he wants to be traded, and the Bucks are not taking calls on him right now for the teams that are pestering and badgering. Earlier this morning, we get the report that Jaylen Brown had a surgery done on his knee. Now, does that mean Boston won't trade him or more so that other teams won't trade for him? I don't think so, per se, but it lessens interest for sure.
Yeah.
Darius Garland was one of the biggest names that we were sort of looking at potentially being available. He's not going to be ready for the start of next season with the surgery that he's having done as well. A long-winded point of saying, Mitch, you were hoping from the Suns' perspective this would still be the summer of Durant. It looks like it's going to be the summer of Durant.
Or it might be the next 2 weeks of Durant, given that the NBA draft is right around the corner. But to your point, there is no competition right now, at least at the profile that is Kevin Durant's level. Like when you consider Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jaylen Brown, or anybody else on the Celtics, quite frankly, and then Darius Garland, nobody matches the profile of Kevin Durant that could potentially be moved before the NBA draft. Caveat being, unless there's some other Rob Pelinka, Nico Harrison conversation that's happening behind the scenes that we don't know about until it actually happens. But I would imagine that's only a once-in-a-lifetime happening with Luka Doncic going to the Lakers. But this is good news for the Suns, I think. The fact that you are the one that is going to get all the attention. Now everybody that wants Kevin Durant is focused on you. They're coming to you. They're going to offer their best offer. And your goal as the Suns, in my opinion, is to get as much flexibility and young assets that you possibly can. In whatever form that is, just get yourself a little more flexibility with this roster.
Push the button, Cal. Goodness gracious. We know a handful of the teams already. We know there are a couple more teams potentially out there, and we don't know exactly who they are. We can sort of guess, if you will. Shams in his story calling them wild card suitors, which is always a fun thing because they are purposefully being withheld. I'm sure that Shams is perfectly aware of who those teams are, but those teams do not want their dirty laundry being exposed in the way that it has been for the Knicks, the Timberwolves, the Rockets, the Spurs, and the Heat as the 5 main teams involved in this. However, the New York Post, Stefan Bondi reporting earlier today from New York that the Knicks are out of it with Durant. They're not going to be in the Durant sweepstakes, and that makes complete sense to me because it was probably a quick phone call of, hey, how's Karl Anthony Towns sound? No, we don't really want him. Can we talk about Mikal Bridges? Oh, well, no, we gave up like 5 picks for him. Okay, how about OG? Well, OG had like a really good year, and he's probably been our second best player. How about this and, like Mitchell Robinson? Well, he never like really stays healthy. How about Deuce McBride in your draft? Oh, you don't have any draft. And then that's it,
Pacom Dadier?
Just a quick, no. The Frenchman will not be coming to Phoenix anytime soon. So I think that it makes sense with how that sort of wound down. I know a lot of Suns fans were extremely excited and looking forward to the potential even of Mikal Bridges returning to Phoenix, but don't think that's happening. Just again, even after a disappointing year based on what New York gave up for him, I don't see them selling short, even with the financial restrictions that loom with extending him. I don't see that happening.
Also, it just feels like it would be kind of foolish for the Knicks to try and prioritize bringing in Kevin Durant when they don't have a head coach, and they've really struggled to bring in any potential head coach, given all the reporting around that situation right now. And I think at the same time, you could make an argument that the Knicks don't really have the best package to offer for Durant for the sake of helping the Suns get out of this situation that they're in. Whereas if you looked at Minnesota or Miami or Houston or San Antonio in particular, those 2 Texas teams, they are more attuned to having the assets that you would be looking for as the Suns to try and create that flexibility around Devin Booker, to try and retool, reload, pivot, and put yourself back in a position where you're a much more competitive basketball team. The Knicks, I just don't think they have that ability to offer it because they're kind of in the same hole that the Suns are right now, just with the way that their roster's constructed and how top-heavy it is with Karl Anthony Towns up there.
TJ's everywhere. He just picked off another pass. He's just absolutely right. I'm admittedly distracted. I was always going to be distracted with the finals on, but if you're telling me we're getting the TJ game during our show, that's tough. I think I'm with you, and I think what I want to know from your perspective, and I have a way that I lean here, but from your perspective, and even like from the people listening perspective, I'd be curious to hear. You can tweet us at AZSportsNet and reply if you want to be included in such. Did your mindset change on what they could take back for Kevin Durant after hearing from Brian Gregory and after hearing from Jordan Knopp? Because what I'm alluding to and what I'm getting to here is a return heavily based around draft pick capital. It does not sound like Matt Ishbia's tune.
No.
Do you feel differently after hearing from Gregory Yard, or do you still expect it to be ready now players that is the primary part of the return?
Well, if the organization is aligned with what they want to do, I doubt that mindset is going to change just as a result of a couple of hirings, one of them from within and the other one after an extensive search. I would have to imagine that the mindset of the Phoenix Suns organization has not changed when it comes to what they want back for Kevin Durant. And look, Brian Gregory wasn't going to spill the beans on the table as to what they were looking for, what they potentially would want. But I think a lot of us can infer a lot of different ways that if they're publicly going out there and saying pivot and reload, competitive basketball team, they're not looking for the opportunity of draft picks. Matt Ishbia, even when he came in, had dismissed the idea of having draft capital as an asset. He just wants players that are ready now. And if the internal memo that we learned about is true and he's going to be more involved in the basketball operations process, I just don't understand how that mindset is going to change as a result of a couple of hires.
And that's where you can, if you really believe that Ishbia is going to lean that direction heavily enough and not consider the offers as much or weigh that much that he could get the number 10 pick or he could get the number 9 pick or the number 14 pick or the Atlanta first in 2027 or whatever, you can take Houston out of the equation. You can take San Antonio out of the equation because Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan, they're talented players, but none of them would start on either of these teams that we're watching right now. I think only one of them would even crack the rotation for any of these teams playing right now, the two teams playing right now being the Thunder and the Pacers. I think that there is clearly a benefit to trading for those types of players, but you have to have the right ecosystem and the right situation for those players in order to see if there's more to grow, and that is where the redundancy with Devin Booker's position, what he does on the floor. There's also this other guy. Have you heard of him? Bradley Beal is still on this basketball team right now and also does some of that same stuff that Jalen Green and Devin Vassell do. So that's where I'm leaning right now. I predicted on the podcast just a couple hours ago, I think Minnesota is going to be the team because I think whether it's Julius Randle, whether it's Rudy Gobert, or Dante DiVincenzo, Mike Conley, and then you can sprinkle in 17 or not much more than sprinkles is Rob Dillingham, who was just a top 10 pick last year, Terrence Shannon Jr. at the late first. You can get the combination of things that they would be looking for with a primarily skewed lean being towards players that can help you win right now. Do I think that's a good idea in the West right now, Mitch? No! It's not.
I'll leave it at that just for you. Speaking of things that rhyme with not, though, Jordan Ott introduced to the Valley yesterday. What stood out to us from the new head man of the Phoenix Suns? We'll tell you next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events.
Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hey, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks appear to be back in a groove, and Kevin Durant is soon to be traded. We'll tell you the latest on both on tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
What's your prediction, by the way? When does he get traded?
Draft night. So first round draft night, and I think it's going to be right at the pick.
Okay.
So if it's Houston, it'll be right just before 10. If it's San Antonio, right before 14, etc.
Down to the smallest wire possible, basically.
Yeah, it creates that urgency, right? Like, because I think there's an argument to be made that the Suns have next to no leverage in this. The best leverage that they have is the fact that nobody else is trading somebody of this caliber at this moment in time, but they absolutely do not have the leverage that they think they do right now. Like, all this stuff about we're working with him and Rich Kleiman, he's reportedly interested in these teams. Like, they don't have the leverage in this. Kevin Durant does. That doesn't mean that helps the Suns at all.
Well, more on that in the next hour of the show. My prediction, Monday night of draft week. So a week from Monday, I think the Suns will want to get this done and give themselves at least 48 hours on draft night to figure out what they do. Here's the thing, Mitch, and something we're going to talk about next week, and that's going to come up, is there's a benefit to getting this done early, because what if you want to do more on draft night? What if you want to trade for a player with your pick on draft night? Like, there's a lot more that you can get done as well, and that's something we're going to be monitoring for as well. Hello, this is Arizona Sports at Night. It's Kellen Olson, it's Mitch Feraldis. We're here with you up until 8 o'clock. If you haven't caught us yet in the last, we're at like 8-9 months now that we've been doing this whole radio show thing. We're here to get you up until 8 o'clock. So tomorrow, for example, you got no Diamondbacks baseball. So Big Red Rage is going to be on at 6 o'clock. And then guess who needs to get you at 8 o'clock after that? Because those bozos can only do an hour of radio. What a bunch of losers.
Paul Calvisi, come on.
Ron Wolfley, not a bozo, because
he'd already done 4 hours that day. He'll get a pass on that one.
Yeah, he gets a pass on the bozo. Paul, straight bozo. We'll take you up until 8 o'clock tomorrow. This sounds a little bit complicated, difficult to keep track of. You can do two things. You can go to our Twitter feed, that is at AZ Sports Night, and every Sunday night I go in there, I pin a message. It lets you know when we're on the air. If you're busy and you got a lot of stuff going on, hey, brother, I'm jealous because I don't, but because you do, that's great. And you can find us on our podcast feeds. We try to have the conversations and mostly do. Now, you're going to get Kellen freaking out about TJ McConnell in live action from time to time, us freaking out about Tyrese Halliburton's shot before it even happened, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is going to happen from time to time. But for the most part, these conversations are going to transition into the next week. So, look, we have a show on Monday night at 6. But if you want to listen to us a week from now, this show, that's perfectly fine, brother. It's going to work out just fine for you.
Especially when we talk about the Cardinals coming up next. And then, of course, with reacting to Jordan Ott here, what he had to say yesterday, that's going to live for a while because I don't imagine he's going to be in front of a microphone anytime soon.
Speaking of the in-the-game stuff, Pacers up 7 right now, largest lead of the game. They're up 49-42. Really good Chet Holmgren game so far from OKC. He just had an assist to an Alex Caruso 3, but it appears my boy TJ McConnell completely changed the dynamic of this game, as he tends to do from time to time. Speaking of dynamics and hoping things change, Jordan Ott was introduced as the Suns head coach yesterday. The way that I'll say the reviews are coming in, Mitch, is mixed, because I think there were some people like myself, like Dan Bickley, can read about what we thought on ArizonaSports.com, on the Arizona Sports app as well. We were impressed. We came away thinking, like, this guy's got a shot to become a pretty good head coach based on the intro presser thing. There were some people that were skeptical because they saw a lot of what Brian Gregory talked about and what Matt Ishbia talked about coming through a different voice, the voice that is going to be the head coach of your basketball team. So there's a mix of worry and hope. Where'd you land after hearing from him?
I'll be honest, when I was listening through it live as it was happening in the moment, I was brought in. Per se, I wouldn't say like I'm all aboard, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to hitch my wagon to the Jordan Ott experience. I was more so just, I had low expectations to begin with, so I was pleasantly surprised with some of the stuff that he had to say, and I'm a little more intrigued with the job that he could do with this group, and I have the feeling that he's a guy that, barring some sort of absolute crash out happening this year, he's going to be around for, a while. I would say, like, if you give him 5 years, I think he will get this team back into a winning record type of groove within that 5 years' time. That's kind of how I felt afterwards. I get the negativity around it, but I'm in the semi-positive camp right now, I would say.
I'm in the accepting reality camp, and what I mean by that is, if you didn't expect this to be a player development hire that shares certain characteristics with Brian Gregory, then I don't know what to tell you, because that is always what a first-time GM of his stature is going to do. It's always going to be someone that is on the same page as him, and that, of course, extends to Matt Ishbia's increased involvement and all the things that he talked about being things that Brian Gregory talked about and also being things that Jordan Ott talked about. It's so funny because we could be talking about a spectacular failure of a season 2 straight years. What would we be coming in here and talking about for the Cardinals, for ASU football or whatever? We'd be like, everyone needs to be on the same page. Everyone needs to share a mindset together. But now, justifiably so, there's a ton of concern with this happening. So when Ott echoes all of this first guy in, last guy out coach speak that we're used to hearing a lot in different circumstances, not just a Gregory thing, it's all over the place across all sports, concern starts to mount a bit. I thought that his poise was impressive in the press conference. I think that you can compare how he did to Gregory and see the reason for optimism there. One being, of course, the Michigan State question is going to come. Guess who knew it was going to come and guess who was prepared for it? It was Jordan Ott, and here's some of the confidence that I talked about.
So I'll say it like this. Like, I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
Well, the key difference here, Mitch, is that he has earned it. Gregory did not earn it.
Right.
But will that matter to the fans who are justifiably, again, to use that word again, concerned about the connection and think that it dampers his credentials? Of course not. There are going to be people who feel that way, and he's got to be ready for that, and he clearly is.
There's also an optical read you can make about how this particular season is being presented. Like, if you... This is going way macro, but if you think about all the press conferences of major level that the Phoenix Suns have held in the Ishbia tenure. Obviously, Matt Ishbia's being a significant one. That was held in the atrium of PHX Arena. Kevin Durant, that was held in the seats in the lower bowl. Fans were invited to that presser when he's just on the floor with James Jones and Matt Ishbia. But then fast forward to now.
I still can't believe that happened, by the way.
It's wild. Just wild. Fast forward to now. Brian Gregory was introduced in the training facility. Very small, very intimate setting. Obviously, the people that were going to be at the press conference, if it was at the arena versus at the training facility, doesn't matter. But it's a read, right? It's like, we're not going to be flashy about this anymore. We're going to try and go out and we're going to try and do this the right way. And nobody's going to be excited about either one of these hires on the surface. They have to go out there and prove it. So we're not going to give them the luxury of attention, big, wide open space, flashy lights, boom, wow, oh my goodness. We're going to give them a small, intimate setting to just try to put their feet in the water, like dip the toes in, check the temperature kind of thing. I think Jordan handled himself well yesterday, given quite frankly, I thought the Michigan State question was going to come a lot sooner than it did, and props to David Brandt for asking it, because quite frankly, given how late it came in the presser, I was worried nobody was going to ask. And I was almost more so curious what he was going to say if nobody did ask. So I'm glad it was asked about, but it's that cautious optimism, I guess you would say, that we're feeling right now.
It is, yes. And I think the main thought for me is the two mixes of what I just talked about in terms of the reviews being mixed, because I feel both ways, essentially. I think that he clearly has potential to be a great head coach. And your opinion can differ based on from one press conference and some Googling of a person, if you can determine that.
Yeah.
I am of the belief that you can, to an extent, at least like get your opinion out there on the potential of a coach. So if you're ignoring that, that's totally fine. But I think that he has the potential to be this great head coach. The question, and the way that Kevin Zimmerman put it on the latest episode of the Empire of the Suns podcast, which you can hear right now, is would any coach be successful in this current situation? And that is what we are going to find out, because let's say that he is able to get the respect of the players and he is not going to be looked at as a mouthpiece or someone who, let's say Brian Gregory's at a practice, he says this to Grayson Allen, then Grayson Allen goes in the hallway, Matt Ishbia says the same thing, and then Jordan Ott is saying the same thing in the locker room. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, is he really his own coach, or is he just saying everything that his bosses want him to say? I don't think that's a wholly unique thing to think that could possibly happen. And of course, if that does possibly happen, that will seep in doubt about his ability, and then he loses the locker room, and then it's a done deal, and that's why I wouldn't have hired him. Let's say that all of that happens, and he does get that respect, and he overcomes this Michigan State thing. Is he even going to have a good enough roster to show the type of coach that he is? That's the other problem here, and it just puts him at such a disadvantage where a lot of this season and a lot of next season, a lot of however longer Jordan is going to be around, the start of it, at least for me, is going to be, unless this thing just catches fire and they fix this thing right away, which I don't think is going to happen, but I'm just going to feel for the guy. Like, that's really where I'm going to come from and just feel like, man, this guy, we talk about it all the time. We're going to talk about it with the draft, like bad fits or whatever. Like, a fit can determine so much with a player. It can do it with a coach too, man. Like, don't sleep on the coaches in that factor as well.
Look at the last two coaches they hired and fired after a year. They don't necessarily have to be right. They just have to show that this is a job that he can do. And he has to show that this is a job he can do. And for right now, I believe that he can do it. Coming up next, Arizona Cardinals, right in the middle of mandatory minicamp. We've noticed the defensive infusion for this team. Was that intentional? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't know that you're going to get anywhere close to fair value for Kevin Durant. To me, fair value and equal value are different. You're not going to get equal value to Kevin Durant. He's one of the greatest players of all time, and he's still great. But there's a level that you have to get fair value for him. And getting a team like New Orleans involved might be the way to do it because they have some assets they can sprinkle in.
Knowing that you're not going to get equal value back, okay, great, we're not going to get equal value back, but somehow, some way, if that's going to be the case, Mikal Bridges has got to be in that deal.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Cardinals rookie cornerback Will Johnson start in year 1? We'll ask defensive coordinator Nick Rollis tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot going in the offseason is we wanted to be more disruptive on defense. And so, adding the players that we added to our front seven, adding the players that we added to the back end, just being disruptive on the ball, taking the ball away, creating negative plays. And so we wanted to do that. We wanted to increase depth. We wanted to increase the talent level. We feel like we were able to do that with both veterans and younger players. And so that was a priority for us. And, you guys have seen the NFL season, it's attrition, and especially on those lines of scrimmage, like it's hard to keep guys healthy, and we've suffered from that. And so increasing the depth and the talent level was definitely something that we wanted to do going into the offseason.
They got it done. They achieved it. That was General Manager Monty Austin-Ford of the Arizona Cardinals joining our own Bickley and Murata earlier today at Cardinals camp. I think that something we've talked about a lot with this football team going into next year and our immediate reaction to what they were able to get done this offseason, Mitch, is you can look at it as like talent upgrade and just the defense is going to be better as well. But what this at least opens the door for and at least allows the possibility of happening is an identity shift where you become maybe not a defense-first football team. I'm not willing to go that far yet. Remember, all of their corners are babies right now. But with all of that said, they are going to have a few games next year they win because of their defense. And guess what? That already happened last year. Right. And it happened last year with far less talent. So that, by default, Mitch, it raises the upside of this team quite considerably, I think.
Maybe you remember one of my bigger gripes about the Cardinals was just the imbalance at how the salary was being used, right? There was a lot of spending on the offense, and then there was like a $20 million or so difference with what was being spent on the defense, and the Cardinals were also $20 million under the salary cap for most of the year. And I was frustrated in that moment and for a lot of the season wondering, okay, why haven't you used the rest of this money? And why haven't you gotten out and tried to improve the defense, either with a splashy signing or just getting more veteran presence on that side of the ball? Because we agree the last couple of years it was kind of held together by chewed up a bubble gum and some duct tape here and there, maybe some like crazy glue. Now they've gotten the industrial stuff. They've gotten like welding equipment. They've gotten cement for brick walls. Like, they've got it locked down the way that they've built this defense this offseason, to the point that it's like they almost forgot about the offense. But I'm glad that they did the investing that they did on this defense because it has sorely needed it the last couple of years.
Yeah, you talk about wild card suitors for Kevin Durant. It might be the Arizona Cardinals in the wide receiver room. Let's get that guy running some slants in the offseason, see what he can do for us here locally at least. He'd want to do it for his Commanders, of course. But come on, let's give the guy a quick peek. At least Dalvin Tomlinson was one of those major additions on the defensive line. He spoke yesterday on his assessment of the defensive line room thus far.
It's been great. Just getting with the guys, we already got a brotherhood. It's like it was this natural thing. And young guys as well as old guys like me and Calais ready to work and getting better. And like I was telling them today, we could learn stuff from the young guys just as like we want y'all to learn stuff from us. So, it's back and forth learning across the board in the D-line room, and everybody wants everybody to be successful.
One more from Dalvin on that brotherhood.
It just feels like the jokes, the helping each other with plays, coaching each other up out there in individual and techniques and stuff like that, and just giving people pointers and stuff like that. And it's across the whole room, and you just don't see that everywhere. And just what we're building right now, you could just like the sky's the limit with this D-line room.
Mitch, a position is deep when you go through the players at the position and then you forget someone, right?
Yes.
Like when he brought up Calais, I was like, oh, yeah.
Calais is on this team.
Sorry, I was thinking of Dalvin Tomlinson and Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones and Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan. And then you keep going and going. And you're like, oh, yeah, Calais Campbell is on this team. It's definitely the part of the game on both ends of the field, I would argue, has the highest upside. Like, if this defensive line fully pans out, the young guys come through the way they should, the veterans perform the way they should, this could be one of the best units in football. I don't really feel like I'm going too far in stating the potential it has.
And then if you even want to throw into that conversation the edge rushing talent, adding Josh Sweat in the offseason, you have also added some key parts to the linebacking core, replacing Kaiser White among them. You've got Zaven Collins, who's been in the system for a while. There is a chance that this will be the one group that decides the entirety of this Cardinals season. Like, considering how much they've invested in just the defensive line, it's clear to me that the Cardinals see this as this is the position that is going to make or break it for us. They are the one that helps decide the tempo of the opposing offense. They help determine how much the defense is going to be on the field for us so that our offense can get back on the field. It does feel like that they want to be a defense-first team, and they've identified this position in particular as the area that can make them a defense-first team and really win them games on the offensive side, if you think about it in a retrospective type of view.
A big part of this working out or not is going to be the relationship between the veterans and Nolan and Robinson, the pair of recent first-round picks. Robinson last year, Nolan this year. And I don't want to say mentorship specifically because this is just as much about the mentorship as it is you're on the same defensive line with 3 or 4 very good football players, and they are naturally going to take pressure off of you.
Yep.
Here's Tomlinson talking about how the experienced guys can help those 2 younger guys.
I feel like it'll help you just like you have to understand it's not like college. Tomorrow's not next season is not promised. Tomorrow's not promised in this league, and it's one of those things like you want to learn at a fast rate, you want to be productive, you want to be all this, but also we're here to help. We're like everybody thinks it's just crabs in a bucket, but you always want the young guy to be successful. Your first round pick, former first round pick as well, and now just like you want those guys to blossom, and we want to do as much as possible to help them blossom as much as they can to reach the full potential we see in them.
It might be a crutch we lean on a little bit too much, and it's one that I think I lean on at times because I'm still pretty low on the Cardinals. I'm not predicting an 11-win, 12-win outbreak. I'm going to be somewhere in the range of 8 or 9 again, probably right around where the over-under is. But that word potential is tantalizing, and it's applicable to this team. It doesn't feel like people are reaching when they talk about it, just like we did for the last 7 minutes.
It's been applicable for the Cardinals for a lot of different reasons for the last couple of years, even going back to the year that they won 11 games, found themselves in the playoffs, and then fell apart. And what did they do that offseason? They reassessed some areas that they thought would help to make the team better, and then that season was a season from hell. And you lose Kyler Murray for due to the ACL injury, and then you got to start over again, basically. And there wasn't really a ton of talk about potential up until they add Marvin Harrison Jr., and you talk about what he could be. Now, this year, it's about the whole unit. It's not about one individual guy. It's about what can this entire team be, and you're also considering external factors as well, like the state of the division, the state of the entire NFC. There's a lot of reasons to feel optimistic about what the potential could lead to. But, as they say, what's the difference between a bucket of bleep and potential is the bucket. You just got to prove it first before it's actually realized, per se. Never heard that one. Not one for the visual imagery at hand, but okay. I'm with it. It makes sense. Someone told me that a long time ago, and I'm just it's always stuck with me. Yeah, exactly, because of the visual imagery. Yeah, of course, but when you think about it, that's
I got you.
What it represents. All right, hour number 2 of Arizona Sports Tonight. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks just finished up a sweep of the Mariners. That's right. They're back on good graces. So how do they keep those good graces? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Phoenix Suns be working with Kevin Durant on a possible trade, or should they just be looking for the best possible return? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Hour 2 of Arizona Sports at Night. It's Kellen Olson. It's Mitch Vareldis with you up until 8 o'clock. I want to give a shout out to a game just getting underway. That is the Phoenix Mercury hosting the Dallas Wings. I hope a lot of you aren't listening and you're at that game. Good to see Paige Beckers. Get to see the return of Alyssa Thomas. I was there for their loss last weekend, Mitch, and it was great to get out to a Mercury game. Their fan base is pretty much unrivaled across that league, and in general, like comparatively to the rest of the fan bases locally here, I would stack it up against any. They're very loyal. They're very engaged in the game throughout, even if it's not really going their way necessarily. And I wanted to give them a shout because they are one of the best teams in the WNBA. I'll make that declaration. Sure, they're 6-4. Cleo Copper has not played this year. Alyssa Thomas, who's back tonight, has only played 5 games. She's looked like an all WNBA player when she has been back. And then Satu Sabali has been incredible to start the year. And again, I wanted to plug them because at the end of the month, they are hosting on a Friday, June 27th, and then Sunday, June 29th, the Liberty and the Aces, who are those two teams that sit above everyone else. So if you want to enjoy some basketball on a nice little evening, that's the week of the draft as well. So you can sit back and watch KD trades happen on Wednesday and Thursday, and then catch the Mercury on Friday or Sunday, because those are two awesome litmus tests where we know we have a very talented basketball team here and one that could contend. That's the one where if you beat one of those two teams or both, you can see something really start to percolate with them. It was great to see them, and I can't wait to see them at full strength.
They've gotten a couple of rough tests against the Lynx early on in the year, too, who I think are another one of those teams that's in that upper echelon, the reigning Western champs. But, yeah, W is getting a lot more competitive. The addition of the 13th team in Golden State and then a couple more teams on the way. Like, the expansion is good for them. I think it's going to benefit a lot of people going forward. I'm also just curious about the vibe now. This is This is year one without Diana Taurasi or Brittany Griner on this basketball team. It's a weird shift in momentum for them.
That's why it was so impressive to see and be around as well. And for the people wondering it, I'll mention it. Caitlin Clark in town Thursday, August 7th. It's funny, the ESPN schedule thing has like the ticket prices, and the ticket price listing for the Fever game is like 6 times as much money as every other one. So if you want to get out to see Caitlin Clark, get your tickets now, because that building is going to be sold out and it's going to be absolutely electric. Speaking of electric, I don't know if I would go there.
It might work.
That was kind of a reach on the transition. Sweeps are always electric. The Arizona Diamondbacks pulled off a sweep. And what I proposed to you here in our show prep and in our meeting in this segment was what needs to happen next. And we sort of hit on it already to begin the show. You pointed out, I need to see at least another week of this level of execution from this Mariner series. We are aware the third base coach doesn't know what he's doing. We are aware of what happened 2 nights ago in the 9th inning and such with the bullpen, with Justin Martinez, the injuries continuing to stack up. We know all of that. What do you need to see outside of that execution in order for you to start to buy in to this baseball team? Because you and I we're Arizona sports people. We've been here a long time. We're very hurt. So if you give us a reason to go up in our shell, we're going to go up in our shell. And I think a lot of Diamondbacks fans are in their shell right now, and they're peeking out every now and then to see if it's safe to come out yet. Not safe just yet. When's it going to be safe? What do you need to see?
No, I mean, I think the elephant in the room right now is what is the true status of Justin Martinez's, what is it, the UCL strain or sprain, which, look, in general, if the injury listed is UCL, just gulp, pray, however you pray to, and just hope that everything's going to be okay. But quite frankly, it doesn't sound good. Like the pitching has just been decimated this year. We were doing a count earlier on Burns and Gamble, just how many relievers not on the opening day roster have had to pitch for this team this year. And it's close to 16, 17 different guys have been called up to duty this year. But anyway, to answer your question, what do I want to see? I love competent baseball. And I love competent baseball to the point that you can tell that the vibes feel good, right? Like, what was the one enjoyable thing about those Suns teams in 21 and 22? Is it looked like they were having a good time.
They're dancing.
What was it about?
They love dancing.
The 23 Diamondbacks when they were making that run in the playoffs.
They're dancing.
They
also love dancing.
We ain't done yet, right? The vibes of ASU football this past season and how miraculous it was. Can you capture some of that miraculous energy and that feeling of jubilation and just put it into the month of June when you've still got 90-plus games to go and this slog of a season is hitting that middle point where I fear that they're just going to hit a wall if they can't overcome another thing? So I just want the joy of the game. I that feels really stupid, but it feels like a simple thing that they can accomplish.
It is interesting how your brain does kind of go there, because I've been going through like a lot of basketball cliches, and I tend to romanticize the sport more than I should just because I love it so much. But sports are really that simple sometimes. Like, it really is just coming down to relocating that energy. And guess who is trying to find it? This team. They are very aware of it. How about Corbin Carroll after that second triple, going absolutely nuts? He looked like Archie Bradley after a triple. By far the most animated that I've really ever seen him making a play ever. And that's because he knows this far better than any of us or anyone listening. That's what the team needs right now. They need a spark somewhere. So their guy, who gives an average of 14 words per question in his post-game press conferences, was screaming because he knows that's what his team needs right now. My answer is one that I don't think I'm going to get, just because we're dealing with almost a year and a half full of a sample size. It is a year and a half full of a sample size now. I don't need one of the best rotations in baseball, Mitch, but I just need a good one.
Yeah.
Can I just have a good one, please? For the next 3-4 weeks, can I just see an ERA that sits 3.5, 3, somewhere around there, nothing touching the 4s, please nothing touching the 5s. Can I see Zach Gallen put together one of those 6 weeks where, again, I'm not asking for a full year, but we've seen this before when he just for 5 or 6 straight starts is unhittable. Mm-hmm. Can we get some version of that guy? Can we get Ryan Nelson back on track after a very brief aberration? To be clear, these are his earned run totals on the year beginning in April 29th. 0-2, 0-2-1, 0-0, and then 7. So he should be fine, but just seeing him return to that form. Guess who does need to return to form? Merrill freaking Kelly, man. That start, by the way, his 6 innings that were just masterful out of him. He tied Patrick Corbin for the 3rd most starts in franchise history.
Wow.
Now, and I really want people to start, if I've got this job, I've got this microphone, I've got my Twitter account or whatever, I'm going to start pushing agendas in that kind of way. And I want people to realize that Merrill Kelly is like one of the best pitchers in Diamondbacks history. And you look at the tenure that he has had, you look at how long he has been here and the level he has been at now for 3+ years. I know last year he was hurt, but he is the guy that he has been for the last 3 to 4 years. I made the bold claim, and I saw Chris Garagio's eyes kind of go, oh, okay, when I said it to him. And you know what I'm saying is that I thought I'd made the claim that Merrill Kelly is the best 3rd pitcher in baseball. The 3rd guy in the rotation, I think he is the best of anyone. You can go to the Dodgers rotation. I don't care. I think he is better than all of them. I would trust him over anyone else that is 3rd in their rotation. Seattle was just here with one of those guys who I'm hyping up, Brian Wu. I'll take Merrill Kelly. Thank you very much. He was great. Brandon Pfaadt. You guys could play Pfaadt Rock today on the show.
Yeah.
It's a good sign. You couldn't play it after the last couple of starts. You can play it here, which is good. But can we just see this rotation get back on track to that sort of level? Because if it does, I genuinely believe, Mitch, that everything else will take care of itself. I don't have an explanation for this. I really don't have a logical one for you. And you guys know, like logic, realism, all that kind of stuff. I'm sticking there. The bullpen will start to figure it out if the starting rotation is consistent enough. I just believe that will come into place. I joked to you when I heard Garagiola on the call-in say Jalen Beeks' name, and I was like, oh my gosh, didn't he just like it feels like he is pitching every day. It feels like Shelby Miller is pitching every day. So once you start to, give yourself 2, 3 run, 4 run, 5, blow some teams out more consistently, you're going to be able to give those guys breaks. I think it's going to open everything up, and I think the offense is going to respond with more consistency as well. I really just think it comes down to those 5 dudes. It was great to see that from Erod today with that in mind.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Is it, what helps that get to that goal that you're hoping to seek is the fact that Erod in his 2 starts since returning from injury has allowed a combined 4 earned runs over 11 1/3 innings. Like that's where we need him to be. That's where they needed him to be prior to the Corbin Burns injury, and it's most definitely where they need him to be right now. He needs to be pitching like this for the rest of this month and beyond. He needs to be the guy that went out of his way to prove to the Diamondbacks that he was worth signing. He needs to pay back, metaphorically speaking, what Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello trusted in him to bring here. And he's done that so far in these 2 starts post-injury.
And the key here is, as always, the standings, because I say they're only 4.5 games back right now. The problem is the amount of teams that are ahead of them. Cincinnati is 35-34. Milwaukee is 36-33. St. Louis is 36-32. I think it's critical, Mitch, that none of those teams have really caught fire again for the Cardinals, or Milwaukee did recently. Cincinnati did recently. But it hasn't been a complete turnaround. There's just been these brief flips where the Cardinals have won a lot of games. They've lost 4 in a row. By the way, Milwaukee won a few games. Cincinnati had a hot streak there. And if Arizona can find that type of streak, guess what? All of a sudden, they're 7, 8, 9 games over 500, and they're right back in this thing. The roadblock, of course, being that the Padres are 9 games over 500. The Giants are 11 games over 500, and the Phillies are 10 games over 500. Your Giants, by the way, won 6 straight. Anyone sitting here calling that a fluke, you're dumb, because they look very legit right now.
Not good right in this exact moment, but that's besides the point. They can't do what they did in 2023, which is kind of just, hang around and then end up losing their way, backing their way into the playoffs, because quite frankly, that strategy almost applied itself again last year, and look what happened. We had to watch 2 games on a Monday between 2 teams that we had no care for prior to the start of that day. And then we're all of a sudden becoming fake Mets fans for Game 2, but the Mets didn't really care about it at that point. So get it done yourself. Do your own job, to use the Belichickism. Coming up next, so Jordan Ott, we get it. There's a surface level perception of him. But what about the basketball head coach, Jordan Ott? What kind of basketball are we going to see from the Phoenix Suns? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks appear to be back in a groove, and Kevin Durant is soon to be traded. We'll tell you the latest on both on tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Let me tell you something, sports fans. I guess I'm just assuming everyone listening is a sports fan. If you're not, you might be lost, but it's okay. Kel and Mitch will guide you safely to where you're supposed to be. Just stick with us for the next couple of minutes and see if you like sports now more. Because I don't know where I'm going with that. We've talked about Jordan Ott, the Suns' new head coaching hire, and I think it is going to be a lot easier to have a conversation on the style of basketball he is going to play and what exactly he's going to look to achieve as a head coach once we, know what the team is going to be, because we frankly have no idea what it is going to look like. But what we can say and what we can play for you right now is what he sort of has in mind for how he wants to play and how he wants to optimize Devin Booker, because those are the two, that's the 1A and 1B of what he has to get done here, and he was asked questions on that, so we think you should hear his answers. Here's Ott on his offensive philosophies.
Yeah, everyone's going to say pace, right? So offensively playing faster, I think a way to look at it is playing earlier in the clock. We know the efficiency of offensive possessions, start high and they drop. So how often can we get a good look early in the possession? So we're going to play fast. We're going to move. And, the cutting piece is important. And we saw that this past season. Teams started to pick up on it. But we're going to cut, we're going to move bodies, and then we're going to find ways to get extra possessions. So we're going to crash, find ways to get extra possessions, because, we know how important it is to win the possession game. Not only do you got to get high-quality shots, you got to be there in the possession game.
Well, I think something that we should start with here is that Devin Booker has never played on a good team that has done this before.
Correct.
You play on a Chris Paul team, you are going to play slow. Mm-hmm. We saw that benefit the Suns more than it hindered them, to be clear, but it was something that they had to deal with Booker being one of those guys. We have definitely seen it hinder more than benefit these last two Kevin Durant teams. They have a certain level at which that they want to play, a level of pace that they want to play, the spaces that they want to find Durant, the ball on the floor. We know that the last two head coaches wanted to play faster. They were not able to get that through to their team. We'll ignore the conversation of is Ott going to be able to make his guys play that kind of way? Because the more interesting conversation for sure, Mitch, is what will Devin Booker's game look like in this type of system? Because we haven't really seen it before.
And we've never seen it in a way that, to your point, has been successful, right? If we want to consider how the Phoenix Suns were playing basketball in Devin Booker's early years, you could argue with how young the team was, and what I say might not be correct at all. But you can argue with how young a team can be that they like to play with as many possessions as possible, because a lot of what a younger team likes to do is get the ball to the other side of the floor and shoot, right? When you think about Charlotte or you think about Washington right now, they've got a lot of young players. They have a lot of possessions and a lot of opportunities to shoot the ball. Are they good? No, it doesn't always equate that way. Teams that have been successful in high pace, high possession are, two teams that we're watching right now on the television in the biggest stage that there is. And also the team that Jordan Ott just came from, which is the Cleveland Cavaliers, which was a team that was one of the best offenses in the league and a top 10 defense in the league. And they played with pace. And pace is going to be a massive part of how or whether or not what Jordan Ott wants to do is going to translate or not. But I think what helps the most is the fact that they're building this around Devin Booker. They're doing this because it's about Devin Booker. And if it doesn't succeed in year one, given that this is something that Devin wants to do, then I don't know how else to make this basketball team play a little faster. I just don't.
Or just play a style that is agreed upon by everyone.
Right.
Because clearly the coach wants to play this way. The star player wants to play this way. And if you cannot have that come across, I think the point that you're getting to there, and I'll just flat out say it, is you start to have questions about, can this work with Devin Booker in general? It's okay, we hired the head coach that you broke down film with amongst the other candidates and came away the most impressed by him. You came away sort of agreeing with his philosophies of sorts, and yet your play does not reflect this style. How are we supposed to build a contender around you when we cannot? We came up 0 for 3 now in doing this with head coaches. I think something you're going to hear from Ott in these next couple of cuts is some Monty Williams stuff, and I think some fans might be nervous about that weren't the biggest fans of Monty, but something to understand about what he did. And what Jordan Ott clearly has is a level of pride in playing the right way. I think that they'll play teams sometimes, the Suns over the years, they'll play teams like Houston the last couple of years where they'll flat out say it sometimes or allude to they're just throwing the ball at the rim and then trying to go and grab it. They're not even playing basketball. They're just not even, there's certain styles of play that rub basketball purists the wrong way. And I can tell that Ott feels this way because when he brought up the success Cleveland has, he's that's how everyone wants to play basketball. And what did we hear in the Monty Williams time from Chris, from Devin, from Mikal, from DeAndre? This is how everyone wants to play, and we're doing it, and we're doing it at an elite level. So that is where the similarities are. And then also just with pace and movement, something that Ott spoke to when I asked him about this is don't just think of pace going up and down the floor necessarily. Steve Nash, 7 seconds or less, blah, blah, blah. allow him to explain.
I think, you see pace in different ways, right? Like pace is transition, pace is fast break if you can create a turnover. So obviously with a more aggressive defense, you hope to create some turnovers to play that way. But I think coaches, sometimes we overcomplicate things. So by simplifying, playing in more concepts and our principles of play, we want to get to action fast. We want to get a high-quality shot very fast early in the shot clock. And we know Devin Booker can score not only early in the clock but also late. But can we have more opportunities if we get to action fast? It may not be the first action, maybe a second action, but can we get more actions if we act earlier in the clock?
And something he mentioned, Mitch, was during his press conference is the numbers just show you that if you take a shot between this amount of time on the shot clock and late clock, it's not even close. Like, you are more productive and more effective when you get shots up earlier, because what's that mean? The defense is not set. So whether you get that because of turnovers like OKC or whether you get it because of Indiana because you're just running, either way, you are going to make everyone better and position everyone better. And you know who knows that, Mitch? Devin Booker, which is why he wants to play faster.
And I'll tell you what, maybe this is probably the biggest reason why he rubber stamps Jordan Ott based on all the reporting that we've heard. Maybe this was the one thing that stood out the most to Devin Booker in regards to Jordan Ott, that he wants to play with pace, that he comes from an organization and a play style that has very much adapted to this pace of play that a lot of the league is doing, quite frankly. I was listening to our good buddies Mike and Sam doing their most recent Timeline podcast.
Mike's going to join us tomorrow, by the way.
Mike V. Hill, shout out. Thank you, Mike. But they were talking about how pace of play has changed in the NBA to the point that a lot more teams are doing it in comparison to the Suns, who are not playing at that pace, right? Like, if you do it on averages, it's only off by a couple of possessions here or there, but it stands out a lot when you are the one team towards the bottom in terms of not going with the trends of basketball. What does this offseason feel like to you? It feels like to me they're trying to go with the trends of basketball. They're trying to be a gritty team. They're trying to be defensive. They're trying to play with pace. They're trying to play with true defense. They're trying to play physical. They're trying to do all the things that the NBA is right now, at least the successful ones. Is it going to work? I have my doubts, but if everybody is bought in and aligned to that idea, then I think that it'll be just fine. I don't think it's going to produce a ton of wins first season, but tangible results.
Structure, foundation.
Exactly.
All you need.
Coming up next, so there's layers to Kevin Durant trades. There is, what are you going to get back that's going to help you right now? And what are you going to get back that's going to help you sustain right now? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Cardinals, our guest here on Arizona Sports. What differences have you seen in Kyler Murray as a quarterback, as a human, and as a leader?
Just the comfortability with what we're asking him to do, both on the field and off the field. He's comfortable in his own skin. He has a good role in the locker room, on the field, and so just seeing him continue to expand his leadership of the team, I think that's going to pay dividends once we get to the fall.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and where will Kevin Durant go? Will he go to Houston or San Antonio, ding dang doo, or Minnesota, eh? Well, how about New York over there? Oh, wait. Oh, what about Miami Beach? Yo, Schmendrick. We'll discuss tomorrow on Bicklin Murata Mornings.
Thanks, Jarrett. Really appreciate that. Hello, this is Arizona Sports at Night. It's Cal Olsich. Mitch Vareldes will be here with you for another 23 minutes, maybe a little less, maybe a little bit more. I can't be that specific, man. You're asking for too much out of me. Phoenix Suns, Kevin Durant, the two associated for how much longer? We will have to wait and see. The speculation continues, and we just wonder what direction this trade is going to go. The fascination around it is multi-layered. It's Kevin freaking Durant that they're trading. It's the fact that it didn't work out. It's all this different stuff, but the main point of our conversations and the focus and consistency on this, Mitch, is that this is their one move to make this summer. If they are going to indeed pivot and reload, if they are indeed going to really turn things around, the way in which they are going to do so is by nailing this trade. They have to nail it.
They absolutely have to. And I think the way that Gambo phrased it has me led to believe, and the way that we're talking about it, the way that these mock trades are being put out there, the Suns are not going to win this trade. But the Suns have to nail this trade by putting themselves in better position than they were the last couple of years based on what we've seen the last couple of years. So how can they go out there, make a successful trade, nail it per se, and set themselves up so that they can, in their mind, do this pivot and reload that they're hoping to do this year? And for our sake, for those of us watching from the outside looking in, make them a sustainable product that's going to last the rest of this decade, where we're already pessimistic to the idea that they're going to be able to compete in this very, very heavy Western Conference that we see coming this next year.
I think they can win the trade, actually. I really do think they can.
Okay.
Now, win the trade the day it happens, I don't know per se, but in terms of how it ages over time, they can certainly win it. But that exact point is what we're going to be talking about right now, and not so much what you want exactly in a trade, but looking at potential scenarios in which you prefer. We're going to give you actual names and actual trades that are in front of you. You yourself went through the trade machine a couple of different ways for a couple of different teams. ESPN had 5 hypothetical trade offers for Kevin Durant. I'll go through them right now. Zach Cram had Kevin Durant going to Houston, and then the Suns are receiving Dillon Brooks, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, number 10 in this year's draft, and their own first-round pick back in 2027. I think that is setting the bar a little too high for what Phoenix could potentially get. I don't think Dillon Brooks is going anywhere. First of all, if anyone's going to be the salary filler in that deal, it's going to be Jalen Green. It's going to be guys like Jabari Smith. For example, Jock Landale serves that role in this trade, as does Dillon Brooks. Like, getting Reed Shepherd, I mean, people forget, like, that's a 3rd overall pick in the draft, like, last year. Like, that is a very highly valuable guy.
You would essentially get 3 firsts, right? Because you have
100%.
the untapped ability that is Reed Shepherd, who played next to no minutes his rookie year with the Rockets. And then you're getting your pick back, which is 10 overall. Very good spot to get a very talented guy who can contribute, like, right away. Like, Kasparis Yakachonis, I know, is the one that's been primarily mocked in that spot. Is it the same if the Suns have that pick? I don't know. The point being is that you can get a difference maker in that spot based on how this class lays out.
Kevin Pelton prefaces that if the other offers we're talking about are offered, or even in the range of Miami's offer, has no chance. But he was asked to come up with a Miami Heat trade for Kevin Durant. It is Durant going to Miami. It is a 3-team deal that includes the Suns getting Nikola Jovic, Andrew Wiggins, a first this year that is in the 20s, a 2030 first-round pick via Miami, and then a second-round pick in 2026. And then the Nets take on Duncan Robinson, Kashad Johnson, and a few swaps that are coming from Miami, and a second-round pick as well. Essentially what he points out is, and I agree with him in that, if you're trading with Miami, the only reason you are doing it is to save money. That's it, because the Duncan Robinson contract is partially guaranteed for next year, but then it expires after next year. Wiggins, same deal with him. I believe there might be a player option after that, but Terry Rozier is the big expiring there that they could use, and the Suns could use to really, it's not so much about getting off the apron, but just like saving money in general. That should not be their goal with this, because it is their only one remaining chip. Yet the one that raises eyebrows, it makes you like, you're asking for a lot out of someone to react to 6 words. And it's Kevin Durant going to Minnesota, the 3 players coming back, Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Rob Dillingham.
So you and I talked about this in between segments, and I'll basically just say what I told you right now. That is one that you have an opportunity, if you're the Suns, and that's the one you want to do, you have the opportunity to sell that to the fan base as a victorious trade. Rudy Gobert, all-worldly defensive center, has been Defensive Player of the Year multiple times, a defensive all-teamer several years. He can basically become your defensive anchor. He fills an immediate position of need at center, where there has been much question about that position, even since DeAndre Ayton was drafted, quite frankly. Dante DiVincenzo, microwave scorer off the bench, just somebody that could be perfect complement to Devin Booker if they want to run 2 shooters at the same time, or if they want someone to immediately spell Booker early in the first quarter of games. And then Rob Dillingham is this is basically your pick, right? Because Minnesota, in a similar position to the Suns, they've spent a lot of their capital, in particular to get Rudy Gobert. But Rob Dillingham was the 8th overall pick in last year's draft. Didn't play a ton, but when he did, like, you and I both agree that Rob Dillingham has the opportunity to be an amazing guard in this league. And it's just a matter of, is this the opportunity that's going to help him flourish the most? He didn't get that opportunity last year. He could get it here alongside Devin Booker.
And how worried are you, based on the year that he didn't play, that was an indication perhaps of his potential already not coming to fruition? That would be the one trade out of this 5 where the Suns would get absolutely shelled for the return that they're getting because of Rudy Gobert, because it goes beyond the fact that he is one of the greatest defensive players of all time, the fact that he's won Defensive Player of the Year so many times, I think 4, if I'm counting correctly there. But just having like the centerpiece of your Durant trade being a guy that can't score and is often making himself look like a fool when he tries to do anything of note offensively. But at the same time, Rudy Gobert comes to a team, you're in the top half of the defensive rating leaderboard, no matter what. That's what you're getting. Dante DiVincenzo, certified good NBA player. And then, like you said, Dillingham has a potential there. So there's reasons to be optimistic about it. The problem for me is that everything is riding on Dillingham being good for that to pan out for the future, and that you're doing this at the expense of winning 39 games the next 2 years. Because again, remember, it's Dillingham, it's who you pick at 29, and it's Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro, and that's really it. Whoever you pick at 52 for like your young core going forward. Remember, they do not have a first-round pick next year. They don't. Yusuf Nurkic, you used it to dump him. So this is a situation where you just have to nail it to that degree in the long-term thinking. It can't get too short-term, and that type of trade is too short-term for me. The Knicks, who Stephon Bondi of the New York Post has been reporting are out of it, their proposal was OG Anunoby, Mitchell Robinson. I think that's a simple, like, shrug, fine, but, like, two guys, especially Robinson, who are hurt a lot, and that would be, again, it's entirely short-term. And then, of course, the Spurs, the most commonly seen one here, and this is, like, compared to the Houston offer, this is rough. It's Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and number 14 in this year's pick. You're not getting any more picks. Not even getting Jeremy Sohan. You're just getting Vassell, Barnes in the 2025 first. Bobby Marks at the very end of this exercise went through all of the offers, and he believed that Minnesota's was the best. There was an extra one from Chris Herring. He included Dallas. That was Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Najee Marshall, Derek Lively, and a 2028 first-round pick. Lively being the Rob Dillingham of the situation, a far more proven player than Rob Dillingham, and then you get the 3 rotation quality sort of players here. Again, I said this earlier in the show, and I'll repeat it here. What the Minnesota trade looks like, what the Dallas trade looks like, is going to be far more appealing to the Suns, even if Houston is willing to offer that much. If you put that Houston offer and that Dallas offer side by side, or even the Minnesota offer, you could take out Gobert and put Julius Randle in there if you prefer him over Gobert.
Mm-hmm.
I know what direction the Suns would lean, and it's not that Houston offer, even though you get Shepherd. You get Cam Whitmore, who's a nice little swing there for your team. You get number 10, a lottery pick in this year's draft, and you get your draft pick back in 2027. So if this thing goes south in 2 years, you can trade Devin Booker, blow it up. You got your own pick in 27 at least.
Right.
And then you've got more incoming by trading Devin Booker. But I don't think the Suns are going to lean that direction. I'm ready to be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, because I think that's the direction they should go.
And baseball doesn't equate as much because you can't trade picks, but it's like when Mike Hazen makes baseball trades, and he doesn't necessarily trade for prospects that aren't ready to be in the majors in the next, like, 3 years or so. He makes major league level talent type trades, right? Where he'll add somebody who plays at the major league level, and he'll send away guys that can also play at the major league level, but maybe not to Hazen's liking. It feels like the Suns are going down that same path, where they're trying to look to the now and not necessarily look to the future. They need to find some way to build some sustainability. They cannot just rely on, it's fine, last year was a fluke, this is going to be the year, because nobody believes you right now, and nobody is going to believe you, even if you somehow pull off a 41-42 win season.
Even if you're able to get Bradley Beal to agree to a buyout and you're able to stretch him, I don't think they should do that, but that's something that they're going to want to do if they're able to do it. You get off the non-guaranteed money that you have elsewhere, you're still somewhere around the first apron. Again, so you're not going to have like the full MLE available to sign like a pretty good free agent. Like you're going to have the one that's only $5 million. You're going to have the minimum, and that's it. So like, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. What you get back for Kevin Durant is not only going to be most of what the team looks like next year, it's going to be most of what the team looks like for the next couple of years. So getting multiple draft picks, getting players in this Houston example, like Reed Shepherd, like Cam Whitmore, is a big part of this. Even San Antonio, where like I'm not as high on like Vassell and Sohan, or in Houston with Smith and Green, I think that is the better alternative as opposed to going right now. I should mention with Minnesota, by the way, Gobert on a long-term deal,
like 3 more years,
is a very large man that is getting older. Like I don't know if I would want to acquire him with the history of guys that big at that part of their career. And if it's Julius Randle, he's on an expiring. Like, do you want to give him a 3-year deal, but you don't want to lose him after 1 year for nothing? What if he goes off in his contract year and now you can't afford him? There are a lot of possibilities there for that Minnesota return to go wrong for me. You know what would be sick? Jaden McDaniels, Nas Reed in a first, but they're not giving you that. They're not.
It just feels like at the end of the day, our heads are going to be on our hands.
The reaction, the 48 to 72 hours after the Durant trade is going to be a lot of frustration from Suns fans, I think, no matter what.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, let's check in on some current active basketball. We are into the final quarter in Indianapolis. Are the Pacers going to do the unthinkable? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports app.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks appear to be back in a groove, and Kevin Durant is soon to be traded. We'll tell you the latest on both on tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Man, if you are not watching the NBA Finals right now, 7 minutes to go, tie ball game, stuck at 98 apiece right now. I hope that you are going to be able to turn it on within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so to see this conclusion. If you haven't been able to follow the game thus far, it was a very concerning start for Indiana, Mitch, where OKC got going, Czech got going, Indiana's energy was bad. You could feel the arena already getting nervous in Indy, and you're like, is this just going to be another OKC blowout? Indy takes a quick timeout. Rick Carlisle, the GOAT. They come back, they respond, and then the same energy was kind of in the air, and everyone on Twitter can confirm this. This is not just the TJ McConnell guy doing the TJ McConnell thing. The former Tucson point guard changed this game. He's only played 15 minutes in this game, but has 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals. Just looked it up. He's the first player to have at least 5 steals in a finals game in 5 years. He's been tremendous in this game. Benedict Mathurin, the fellow Wildcat as well, is up to 25 points on 9 of 12 shooting.
Wow.
In 22 minutes off of the bench. Those two Wildcats have been the difference in this game so far. Halliburton just hit a 3 to put Indiana up 3 with 6:40 to go. So again, I hope if you're in your car right now, you're able to get to a TV in the next couple of minutes, because this should be an epic close. And I think what's happening here now, to go off of the U of A point, to stop that excruciating thing for the ASU people listening, is, do you think we're on pace for not so much this game, but the last 3 games together? Are we on pace for the best finals we've seen since Suns-Bucks? Because that is the standard. The last couple of finals have been duds. Suns-Bucks was awesome. I know for Suns fans it was not, to be clear. But how close those games were, how competitive those games were, the way Giannis played, the way that Book played, the way that Chris played early in that series at least, the level of basketball that we saw was just tremendous. Everyone on Twitter that has been able to fully watch this game, unlike the two of us, has been raving about the quality of this game. Is it the best finals we've seen since then? If this keeps up, I think it might be, buddy.
I think there's definitely an argument for it. I'm just trying to remember the most recent finals. Like Boston 1-5, and that wasn't even close. Denver 1-5, that definitely wasn't close. Do you have any recollection of Golden State over Boston, or is that more about just the situation of both of those teams at that time? Like I'm trying.
That was great because it was one last moment for Steph, but that's a very specific thing where if you're not a fan of Steph's game, because I think like anyone who's a basketball fan should be a fan of Steph's game. I understand people don't think that way about the game, and I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
But the competitiveness game to game wasn't really there, like the thrilling nature of it. Like remember, and I know Suns fans remember this well, like game 5 specifically, but even game 6, man, it's a 4-point game with like 2 minutes, 3 minutes left. Like those games, all of them for the most part, were tight. Especially those last 4.
It was very nerve-wracking, that's for sure. I do remember that much. 2019 wasn't much of a back and forth, only because that was when Klay Thompson went down and then Kevin Durant went down against the Raptors. 2018, 2017, no contest whatsoever. 2016 is going to be remembered as one of the best finals ever, only because of the outcome, but I don't remember the basketball that was played being, middle ground fair between the two, right? Like you had the 73-win Warriors, who were breezing through that series up until game 5. And then the Cavaliers, just LeBron refusing to let them lose. So I will side with you. I will say Suns-Bucks was the last competitive basketball series finals that we've had in a while.
I would have told you that OKC is going to win every single game in the playoffs when Holmgren, J-Dub, Jalen Williams, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander each score 20+. Chet has 20. J-Dub has 22. Nice bounce-back game for him. He's been rough this postseason.
Yeah.
And then Shai has 22, but as you pointed out when we were talking in the break, 8 of 17, 5 turnovers, 4 assists. Hasn't been the greatest game from him so far, but they don't have any scoring from anyone else. Lou Dort has 12. Kaysen Wallace, 6. 4 for Hardenstein, 6 for Caruso, 6 for Isaiah Joe. OKC shooting 52% from the field, and yet Indiana is matching them on that. They're not as efficient from 3. OKC's 10 of 18. Indiana is only 8 of 24, and yet because they've got such mammoth contributions from their bench, which right now has 45 total points right now. Halliburton's been very good, 22 points, 8 assists. Nothing spectacular, though. Siakam was great early. He's faded a bit. He's got 17. that depth, man, it can win you games at any level, including in the finals, and that's what's happening right now. Indiana's ancillary pieces have just been much better in this game so far, and as you said, usually happens at home.
It's also both of these teams, too. Like, both of these teams can thank the depth for getting them to this point. Now, has depth won either of these two teams a game in this series? I don't know if I would argue yes or no in that favor. I mean, the Pacers, they went on that miraculous run towards the end of the game in Game 1. Game 2, that was all about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander once again coming into his own on the biggest stage. Whereas this Game 3, to your point, has been very much without TJ McConnell and Benedict Mathurin coming off the bench providing the way they have, the Pacers might be getting their doors blown off them in this one. That would be the fear. But I'm optimistic because if the Pacers are playing this well, it means they're going to have a good rest of the series and not just OKC breezing through.
I can't wait to watch the rest of this. Just over 6 minutes left. Another wrinkle here, by the way, is if OKC loses this game, I think there's a narrative forming like they blew everyone out. They're just steamrolling this. It's like they're going to have to earn this series in Game 4. My goodness me, that's going to be a huge game if Indiana holds on here. We'll have to find out. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. We are back here at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Big Red Rage at 6. We're at 7. Make sure to tune in. We're going to have some fun. I thought we did tonight as well. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. Good night.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.